Oh, would you look at the time? It is time for another one game a day. Wanderlust, travel story, start a new story. Welcome in, everybody. Please wait, I am waiting. It's planet Earth. I think. The travel narrative is the oldest in the world. The story the wanderer tells to the folk gathered around the fire after his or her return from a journey. This is what I saw, and it is the origin of narrative fiction too. Traveler enlivening a dozen group with invented details, embroidering an experience. All the row on some blah 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 blah. Walk out my room for 1 minute and start hearing voices on my laptop. Easter Island, small green dot. Ruya! How's it going, Ruya? Welcome in. A small green dot. That's actually yellow, in my opinion. In the middle of the Pacific. 6 hours flight to anywhere. Anywhere? Even Straya? Angaroa bar. I guess I just gotta follow these. That looks like storming. A chance meeting. Imagine that you arrive on the island. Imagine that you are greeted with a flower necklace. Imagine how impatient you are to see the famous Moai. Moai? Imagine that you live on the island. Imagine preparing for the next batch of tourists. Imagine how busy you are. With people engaged in their routines, it was no wonder that only the ancient stoneheads paid any attention to the weather. How are y'all? How's Gage? How's Handful? How's Ruya? How is anyone else who might be there and lurking? So there's gonna be a lot of reading in this, I believe. The rain came out of nowhere, a curtain of water obscuring the view from the terrace. Yee! I treated myself. I'm getting ready to play Assassin's Creed. Let's go! What's the new one called? Mirage? Right? I hope you're gonna stream it. Yeah, sorry playing at the moment. No worries. Hope that's going well. Yuppers. Hell yeah. I watched... What's the Moai? Moai... I watched the tourists. Why not? Surprised tourists, swearing and laughing, scatter around looking for a place to hide. They forgot about the giant stoneheads that made the island famous, and focused on protecting their cameras, phones, and wallets from getting drenched. After the stifling heat of that day, the sudden shower was a blessing, yet they ran. I'm going to stream it here in a minute. Ooh, nice. I was actually setting up when I started to hear you talking. Sweet! It's the automatic come zone that gets you. I'll definitely lurk on yours when you begin. I hope I get notified. Soon the bar was full. Soon the last group of tourists found shelter under an awning on the terrace. The bar was a popular place. The view was beautiful and the beer was cold, local and expensive. Dang it. As always, the tourists all looked the same. If you listen to their accents, you could try and guess where they came from. Especially when they were as loud and made as much disturbance as the wet group under the awning. Oh, I forgot to check a thing. I forgot to check a thing. Is it this one? Yes. Are the TTS... They are not on. They should be on. My bad. TTS are now on if you all want to try that out. Nope, not that one. That one. There you go. Come on, load up. There we go. I listened. In situations like that, you do not wish to eavesdrop, but you hear. Looks like we'll spend some time here, said someone in English. We might as well make ourselves comfortable. I heard chairs and tables being rearranged. I must confess. I'm a bad motherfucker. No. I must confess that I was observing them on purpose. Almost evil. Who were they? That is the question that's bugging you, isn't it? It was bugging me as well. At the moment I didn't mind being an anonymous observer. I was interested in their story. I already knew mine. They were all Europeans, still excited that they were on an island over 2,000 miles away from the nearest continent. At first I thought it was a group of friends, but no. Their awkward body language revealed that they'd met for the first time. So, who are you all? Asked someone. I was also curious. That was the question, wasn't it? I don't know how about you, but I love listening to people, imagining who they are, trying to get under their skin. Judging them? No judgerino. Trying to understand. Hype. Trying to understand. What makes them tick? What scares that guy? What's that lady longing for? What did they regret? Most of the time I am left with my musings, but sometimes, just sometimes, I get a peek behind a curtain, straight into someone's soul. I always pick one person. You! I pick you. You that. Making them the protagonist of my imagined stories. When I try to focus on too many people at once, there's no real connection. It all remains superficial, like I could see only the inside of my head. It was easy this time. One of them got my attention instantly. Was it the grey hair? Or was it the eyes? It was the grey hair. Or perhaps her eyes? It was not in fact the grey hair. Or maybe it was, I don't know. The woman had tied her grey hair up loosely. I couldn't put my finger on the look in her eyes. Sadness? Or just experience? Before the others came, she sat alone at the table, writing something in her notebook. I knew the type. Always lost. Sounds like an old traveler to me. Oh, look at that cube. She traveled all her life and had already seen everything there was to see, and yet she still tried to experience something new. Main character, the woman. Okay. Then the others came. Change of scenery. Ooh, that's a nice sunset. Later that evening, for a bunch of strangers, they got along well. The rain stopped, giving way to a beautiful sunset, and they didn't even notice. Drops of water shining on the palm leaves, small lizards catching the Small lizards catching the last rays of the sun. Dormant volcano in the distance, all that was lost on them. They talked over their beers, joking, laughing, getting to know one another. I listened. I certainly hadn't expected to see a familiar face here. The older lady shook her head. The world is so small. One of the men, the older one, gave her a crooked smile. Hi, Adelia. Where was it we last saw each other? At the Congo? I was curious what made them tick and what would happen between them. Would they remain strangers? Would they become friends? Would drama ensue? Introductions followed. Adelia was from Portugal. Father and daughter came from the UK. He was called Henry and her name was Henriette. Makes sense. I kinda like when... Well, do I? I don't know. Henry and Henriette. Like when people name their children like in a similar way. Because if I ever had a daughter, which I don't think I will. But if I did, I would like to name her, hopefully, as like a similar name than myself. Oh, we'll see. We'll see what happens. I know it's a little bit off topic, but just a little look into my brain. That makes sense. The younger woman, Martine, was from Germany, and the guy from Poland was called Tomek. In character Adelia. I listened to Adelia. Adelia. I don't know how to pronounce that. Adelia? Adelia? Whatever. I listen to them more and more curious if I'd chosen the right person. I feel that there's not much time left, said Adelia. The world is changing. I'm getting older. I want to see as much as I can while I can. Desperation. I wonder what she'd seen. I wonder what she'd already seen and what adventures lingered in her past. Time would tell what kind of person she really was. They talked about how small Rapa Nui I don't know, seemed from the plane and how big it was when you walked, compared notes on the accommodation. All stayed in Hangaroa, as it was the only town on the island, and planned their sightseeing. But who are you all? Adelia asked. A few beers later. What are your stories? Ooh, I love a good story. But I'm not sure if we've got enough time for everyone to tell one of the others answered. One night won't be enough. Well, are any of you leaving tomorrow? I know I'm not, Adelia said. Let's spend the next few days together, see the island. I'm sure we can find a guide here and tell each other our stories. They agreed. Instant friends! Where were we? They all agreed. Let's pick a theme, Adelia said and made a dramatic pause. I was all ears. You know. I was all ears and smiled when she asked, what was the journey that changed you most? I wonder why they assumed that you needed a journey to change. I mean, depending on how you look at the word, well, think of the word journey. It does not have to be like a travel thing, necessarily. I mean, it probably is in this context. But I think all kinds of events in life can be like either journeys themselves or a start of a journey or the end of a journey. There's definitely been some journeys in my life that's made me change. Usually very negative ones. Next chapter. I'm intrigued. Wanderlust Travel Stories, Chapter 1. So that was a prologue. Prologue. Plus 3 hours? Plus 1 hour? Oh, this is like in-game time, right? I'm gonna go with Adelia's story. Because we're already like, she's already the protagonist or whatever. Today is always gone tomorrow. Adelia, Africa. Let's see. Where are we going? Umu Pay? What's the dance? Oh shit. That's an almost nude man. In the background. Buried memories. Wisp of smoke danced in the night air as the master of ceremony put the last stone on the food. It was a spectacular show, with men painted in traditional patterns, dances, and stories about the origin of Umu. Not to be confused with Uwu. Uwu. The food was now cooking in the ground, wrapped in banana leaves and surrounded by hot volcanic stones. It would take a few hours. The next few hours, time that the tourists were meant to spend getting acquainted with Rapa Nui culture and learning the steps of some traditional dances. Martine, her face already painted, looked curiously over Adelia's shoulder. Delia didn't even notice. She was focused on scribbling something in a battered traveler's notebook. Martin couldn't help but ask. What are you so busy writing? Asked Martin. Mostly memories, my dear, the older woman smiled, closing the notebook. I have one to share if you want to listen. She didn't reach for the notebook though. It seemed she'd have no problem remembering that particular trip. Nothing can ever happen twice, she started. That's false. I eat pizza every Friday. Well, I had pizza today, actually. Today is always gone tomorrow. Begin the story. You have money? I can't see it. Hang on. Just for a sec. Whoop. Where did the water go? Oh no. Money. Kumasi Ghana, look at the coffin. Coffin? Who died? What the fuck? The coffin looked like an airplane. It looked like it had been built from warped wooden planks. The paint didn't even cover the wood in some places, but there was no doubt about it. It was an airplane. It had wings, a tail, a Ghanaian airline logo, little windows painted on in a shaky hand, and even a ladder. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Do you like it? Someone asked. I mean, whoever died must have fucking loved airplanes. I'm gonna say yes, I do. I do like it. I think that's really cool. Yes, I do. It's a beautiful way to show how much we cared about her. It always amazed me how lightly and beautifully death could be treated. Now the strange artifact contained my friend's body. Your friend? Oh no. The mourners danced around the coffin, pouring liquor on it to call forth ancestral spirits. Or something else. God damn. It's fascinating, I thought, with almost clinical detachment. But I wasn't there as a reporter. Not this time. I hadn't been in Africa for what seemed like an eternity. The last time I'd visited Ghana was almost 30 years earlier. Everything here reminded me of Adwoa. The smell of the air, the prints on the dresses, the sing-song cadence of her language. Hui. Hui. Which I'd never learned. The funeral was grandiose. Just as I'd expected. It wasn't uncommon for families to spend thousands of dollars on them. The coffin alone must have cost hundreds. I would say thousands. I mean, if it's custom made, man. There were fresh flowers everywhere, and canopies hung over tables piled high with all kinds of food from around the world. I even spotted some hamburgers. Ooh, yummy. She was a worldly person, after all. If she'd been there, she'd be laughing. I bet she'd have laughed at all the unnecessary pomp. Why hadn't she told me she was ill? Why hadn't she written to me about it? Why hadn't she wanted to see me? Why hadn't I called? I hadn't been in contact with her for so long. When her father called to tell me she died of pancreatic cancer, for a minute I couldn't understand who he was talking about. Oh, snap. Thought it was a joke. Who is this? Is this a joke? He snapped. No, said, and something in his voice made my heart sink. Funny how you can feel your heart fall through your body to the ground, leaving a gaping hole behind. I don't want my friends to die. I legitimately hope that I die before anyone else. Like, I'm not working towards it. I'm not gonna kill myself, but like, you know, I don't think I could. like bear the burden of losing all my friends. Or any of you actually. Anyway. Kotoka International Airport, Accra, Ghana. 28 years ago. That's a long time ago. Hopeless to optimistic. We'd met almost 30 years before. I'd been sent to Africa by... I'm not sure what language that is. Oh, probably Portugal. Jornal de Noticias. I don't speak Portugal. I do speak Spanish, and that looks kind of similar. To research a long, in-depth piece on magic in Ghana and Togo. What they call juju. Ooh, the juju. Young, lithe, and full of enthusiasm, I hurriedly swung my bags onto the conveyor belt at the check-in counter in Accra Airport. And then I saw her. Vegan! Hello, how's everyone doing? I'm doing good. How are you, vegan? Welcome to Travel Stories. Wanderlust Travel Stories. She was on the other side of the counter, taking care of the bags and passengers. Her head crowned with a magnificent set of braids. Just my luck, she said. The moment my colleagues goes for lunch, everyone comes at once. Yay! I'm good. I'm glad you're good. 87, yeah. Sounds like a curse. Answered. She smiled. I was packing my books and papers when she touched my battered copy of one of Anais Nin's journals. I always wanted to read her work, but it's so hard to get, she said. I handed her the book. On impulse, I handed her the book. Give me your phone number, I said. I'll pick it up when I come back. When do you come back? She asked. Soon. DM. I'm doing research for an article on Juju. There was a glimmer in her eyes. I might be a perfect source then. Instant friends. Oh, another Pokemon already? But yeah, this is one of the reading simulators that luck would call this. Once the plane was up in the air, I wondered what had come over me. I didn't even know when or even if I was coming back. So why had I said it would be soon? And why had I given my beloved book to her just like that? I think it was fate. I think it was fate. Birds of a feather. In the end, she actually did turn out to be a perfect source. She gave me back my Anais Nin. I lent her some Erika Young, and within no time our friendship flourished. Her name was Adwoa. Adwoa. We talked about art. Politics and love. Okay, so I don't think it matters which one you choose. She took me to a theater to see Anoa by Ama Ata Aidu. What a name. AAA. Triple A. And we argued about the importance of having children. I shared my fascinations with Paula Reg and her Dog Women series. How appropriate, she scoffed. Then she told me how nobody really cared about the rights of women. Women were treated like domestic animals. They're expected to work, give birth, and cook. Horrible, I thought. One night when she got drunk, she told me not to believe anybody because everybody lied, herself included. She said it was because of colonialism that it had destroyed their morality. I listened and said nothing. It was her story. Great game, by the way, her story. And then she said that it was very useful to believe in God, but it was even more useful to believe in more than one God. And that no matter what God you believed in, you should be scared of Juju. Do you believe in Juju? Of course, I asked. My mother told me then that when I was born, I was cursed to be forever unhappy. So I had a simple choice. To believe it and be unhappy, or to ignore her and be happy. Simple, isn't it? She would leave early in the mornings to go to work and I would stay and write. I was young, I had the money, and I was doing what my mother had told me to do when I was little. Run away. Run away, run away, run away. Run away, run as far away from my oppressive city as possible. Kumasi, Ghana, now. Present day. Back to hopeless. As I looked at that absurd coffin, it all came flooding back. I was worried about Juju rang in my ears, more palpable than ever, especially here in her hometown surrounded by her relatives. I shivered. I was tired. It was a long ride. Long bus ride to get here. I don't like traveling by bus. I prefer train. Trains are more comfortable. Not a slouch. Accra, Ghana that morning. Morning? Bus stop. When I got to the bus stop at about 6:30, I was still the only person there. I remembered Adwoa's words, so I waited patiently. Soon everybody was there. What if I click this? Sense of time? Oh. That's just another, okay, option. The sense of time is so funny. I remembered Adwoa saying, "You're always worried about deadlines. You look at your watch all the time. You're like that white rabbit from the book you gave me. Who cares? It's always warm here. There's always food. Don't have to run all the time." Well, it's good to be in time. At about 7:30, everybody was finally there. Someone led a round of prayers for our safe journey, then somebody needed to go and get their water. It was ridiculous. I sat down and looked out of the window. A plump woman in a beautiful red dress handed me some food. I took it eagerly. It was rice with vegetables and some meat that looked suspiciously like tripe. I didn't ask. When you're offered food in Africa, you eat and you're grateful. So I ate. Yeah, I bet. So I ate and felt grateful. I was even more grateful for the liquor she passed me. "Why are you wearing black?" she asked. "I'm going to a funeral." Answered. "So am I, but you don't wear black to funerals. You wear red. Why?" "Because your eyes are red from crying." "Why do you wear black?" "Because the... It's just the custom, man. In the Western world. I don't know. That's how it is in my country." I wondered for a moment whether she was going to the funeral because it was always the biggest party in Ghana, or if she was someone related to Adwoa. I asked her. "Amama," she said. Adwoa's sister. The name didn't ring any bells, but then in Ghana, people called their friends and distant relatives brothers and sisters. Fair enough. And that's when I had the strangest conversation of my life. "When you die, how many days do you want to spend in the morgue?" "I don't care, 3. I mean, I don't think it's gonna matter. You're already dead." "I don't care." I shrugged. I'd be dead anyway. "How old do you want to be when you die?" I never thought about it. I'd rather not die. Well, I'd rather die at some point. Another question. How much money do you spend on funerals in Europe? I don't know. They're expensive. I didn't care. Do you have a funeral party, right? Just family and friends. A party then. Good. I sat there, my head spinning because of the conversation and the alcohol. Suddenly, This doesn't sound good. I was in the middle of a cell phone contest. Phones don't need to be used in Ghana, but they are social status symbols. You need to have the right one. I looked at my old battered iPhone and just shook my head. Not only was the winner's Samsung as big as a small TV, but it also had a case covered in golden flowers. I could see myself there. Some poor old woman. Some poor older European who couldn't even dress properly for the occasion. Right. We are back to Kumasi, Ghana. Now. Ooh, pretty bird. Present day. Edward's father started to read her obituary. He was just as I remembered him. Stern, composed, proud. She was baptized on April 2nd, 1963. She took her first communion on May 12th, 1970. She was happily married. I listened. Stress and fatigue? Annoyed? We're annoyed? I listened to him, slowly seething with anger. No, she wasn't, I thought. She didn't want to get married. She was a good daughter and sister, always hardworking and strong. No, she wasn't. Dad, are you a liar? No, she wasn't, I thought again. At least not for him. When she was alive, he was ashamed of her. Okay. Her entire life was devoted to what she always dreamed of doing, managing an airport. Wrong again. I don't know him. I'm just gonna agree. That I could agree with. At least I could agree with him on that. She loved her job. The talk. The band was terrible. The singer was even worse. He sang about God being everywhere, and then everyone joined in, dancing around the coffin. I drank more. I drank another shot of home-distilled Akbedeshi. Sounds about right. I hated funerals. Edward's father was standing there on the sidelines, alone. I walked up to him. I didn't think he would come, he said when he saw me. Why did you invite me? I didn't think you would invite me, I answered. You were important to her. I don't want to anger her ghost. He looked at me with anger. But you don't belong here. If you ask me, you should go back to your country as soon as possible. And he walked away. What the fuck? Why do you hate me, man? Your ghost. I didn't want to anger her either. The party! Then the feast began. I don't know why I said it with such... Those fried fish, kinky, shito sauce, shito sauce made of dried fish and powdered shrimp, fufu, banana bread, dried plantain, chateaubriand, maybe, all kinds of meat, bean soup, and a tanker load of akbedeshi. I adapted. I picked up the forgotten skill of eating with my hands with ease. When everyone's plate was empty, a chorus of voices yelled, "We want more! We want more! We want more! We want more!" People hugged and drank to each other's health. I was starting to see why families spend all their money on funerals. And before long, people started telling stories. I found them uncomfortable. Oh wow, my fatigue is always maxed out, only maxed out now. Sad. They brought back that woe I knew. Do you remember how she got mad at Fifi for carrying her daughter on her back without talking to the child? She said that the little one wouldn't learn how to talk to people. She was something, wasn't she? She talked to Clem a lot. Clem? Clementine? Oh, Clementina. Not from Walking Dead, then. Her name is Clementine in that game. When Clementina was born, Edward talked to her a lot. Or how she told us not to take gifts from passengers. You might as well tell the sun to not shine. We always did it, and she was so mad when she found out. She had taken books from me. Best! What's up, dude? Welcome in. How you doing? She'd taken books from me, but maybe that was different. And then they started to talk politics. Ghana's a stable democracy. Look around. We're doing fine, aren't we? I dozed the fuck off. Water! That's me! And fantastic, how about you? Ooh, fantastic. Nice. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I'm doing a little bit of reading here. Reading simulator, like Luck would say. What is this? Wanderlust? Travel stories. Got a hug from your cross today? Ooh, nice. How did it feel? I bet it felt good. Every single pepperoni can fuck off. I woke up. Oh, fuck off. I woke up. Sorry, Adila, don't take it personal. You're okay. We know you. What is a brony? White people? Yeah. Nice. I'm happy for you. Very glad. Alma leaned over to me. Come on, we need to stop all this political talk. Today's about that war, not about men's egos. Some of them were tense. I could see it. They didn't know what to expect. What memories the stranger would share. I couldn't stop smiling. Oh, I know the feeling. It's amazing. I couldn't say a word. I couldn't stand their stares. I just couldn't. Grogunk. Excuse me, Grogunk. Excuse me. I pushed my chair away and ran outside. The phone started to vibrate. I looked at it. It was my daughter. Clementine? Wait, what? Clementina's your daughter? What about I don't know. She was calling from Mozambique. It suddenly struck me that she was closer than she'd been in over a year. At least geographically. Hello, baby. I said. Hello, Mom. Her voice was strange. Maybe I was drunk. Why aren't you here? But she went to a camp today, so a little sad, but I feel great because of Hug. Not his. His spelling. Yeah, I get it. I get it. Why aren't you here? Are you coming to meet me? Wrote you an email, but you didn't answer. I know you're tired with Mom, I need to tell you something. I was right. Something was wrong. My heart stopped. It actually felt like it missed 1 or 2 beats in my chest. Did you read misspelling? I did. I held my breath. And then I heard those faded words. I'm pregnant. What? Said it was a misspelling, I get it! What? I dropped to the ground and sat on the floor. I'd just seen the doctor. Can you do anything about it? How do you feel? FAO. I'm fine. It's already the 4th month, said Clementina. 4th month? Why did I tell you until I knew everything was going to be okay? Go Steve! What that's me. What's up? How you doing? Welcome in. Welcome into Wadu Reading Simulator 2023. My world was spinnery spoo. The music from the funeral party washed over me and I was swept away into a sea of uncertainty. How could everything change so suddenly? Mom, can you come here when the child's born? I don't want to be alone. Please, Mom? You can even come now and stay with me. It's just 5 months. It's not that long. Just 5 months? That's a holy shit. That's like a fucking longer than my latest relationship. Doing good. Just finished the reference sheet for a character of mine. Ooh. Is it like just for fun, or is it for like Dungeons and Dragons, or what's up? Hope you're doing well. I'm doing well. I am indeed. I had some pizza. That makes me feel good. Belly full of good food. I took a deep breath. Every single nerve in my body was tingling, reminding me that I was in Africa. The air and the heat were so different. So familiar. Oh man. Pizza? Yeah, pizza. Hey, hold on, I got an ad. Oh man. Let me know when you're back. I probably don't hear it. Totally! Pizza? 2008 pizzas. I know, right? Hey there, buddy. I'm almost done watching all the Exorcist movies. I'm on The Exorcist, the beginning. That's not the first movie? That's cool. Pizza 2009. Correct. I've never seen any of the Exorcist movies. It was dead. And I was in the middle of her funeral. She would have loved to hear about the child. The decision. What an outrageous thought. Dropping everything and staying in Africa for 5 months. I like the idea. It was so simple. There was nothing in Portugal that I had to hurry back to. I had money. My husband's restaurant was doing great. I hadn't been here for so many years. Accra had changed so much. The whole continent was changing. I used to feel at home here. I had friends and there were people I'd promised to visit the next time. This might be the last time, I thought. Mom? Clementine asked over the phone. I'll come, I said. I'll be there when the child is born. Oh, good. Sorry. Oh, good. I could hear the relief in her voice. I'll book you a ticket, then you can stay with us. No. The reference sheet was just for fun, and it needed to update my OC on a few things. Oh, I see. Well, still. I feel like that kind of stuff is cool. Gonna play this game for 3 hours? Yes. Unless it ends before that. Unless we finish this. I don't think I'll do like more than one whole thing. If there's like an ending scene or whatever. No, I said I'll be there when the child is born. I'm not going to sit on your sofa for 5 months. I'd go mad. Even more than now, she asked, and we started to laugh. Dad won't be pleased, she said as an afterthought. Why would he never is. And so things have been tense between us lately. Dang it, Bobby. Africa embraced me. The entirety of Africa seemed to embrace me. All the smells, the sounds, the scenery, all the roads I'd traveled, and the people I'd talked to, the places I'd been. And at the heart of that enormous, incredible continent was a woman-shaped home. What a rough story. Oh, damn. Where the hell did $1,000 dues go? Apparently we took... Oh, chapter 2. Nice. Took a bus from Accra to Lome. Brazzaville? Brazzaville? That's an actual place name? Oh god. Face your past, you little shit. Giraffes! I spent a sleepless night on the bus from Accra to Lome. Oh, okay, so yeah. Accent on top of the E. The capital of Togo. I wanted to board the plane so badly. I wanted it to take me away from there, from the memories, from the pain that numbed my whole body. I was going to a place that had earned me almost every prize a journalist can get and nearly cost me my life at the same time. Well, one came from the other. More fatigue, more stress. I don't know how this works. Like, does this remove stress or does this add stress? Or fatigue? Was I ready to go back? Oh, okay. It actually removes. Got it. From sad to peaceful. I didn't really know if I was ready to go back, but I'd made my choice and the necessary phone calls. I took a plane from Lome to Brazzaville. I sat in the window seat and smiled to everyone as they boarded. Everyone gave me a strange look. Who is this white person? Africa was in my blood. I decided. It called on me, pulled at me, and it wouldn't let me go. Let me go, let me go. Igor Olejnijak took this photo. Damn, giraffes are weird, man. Like, how does something like this even evolve? Like, they got necks of like 3 meters. Like, goddamn. I stood on the tarmac at Miami airport and watched the giraffes in the distance. I called my husband. Told him everything. Are you sure you want to do this? He asked. Well, it probably meant staying in Africa, so I'm gonna say that. Stay in Africa and see my dog. Oh. Well, yeah. You know, you're not 30 anymore. Wow. Let's hang up. I hung up. Neither is he, I said to no one in particular. What the heck? I didn't even get married to someone like that. The streets of Brazzaville. So that was that. I had 5 months to go. One of the giraffes seemed to be looking at me. I looked back. Then I hailed a taxi, put my luggage in the trunk and went to Bakongo, where my friend Yves? Is that how you pronounce it? Yves or Ives? Or Uves? Yves. I don't know. Where my friend Yves. I'm gonna say that. Was meant to meet me. Stir your memories. Oh shit. Gunfire? We met in February 1994. The bullet ricocheted off the street, throwing up a cloud of sand. I saw every detail. As though everything slowed in that instant. For a split second, the bullet looked weightless, like a small ball drifting past in a vacuum of time. I was terrified. I'd never been so petrified in my life. No one wanted to talk to me, but everyone wanted to kill me. Some of my journalist friends disappeared. The city was destroyed, burned, and looted. Ugh. I was hiding. I crouched on the ground with my back against the wall, tears streaming down my face. This was it. This was it, I thought. I was going to die. Somebody squeezed my hand. I looked to my right and saw a man in a white t-shirt. It was so clean, it was almost blinding. On 3, he said. 1, 2, 3. We ran. We ran so fucking fast, dude. I An old green taxi drove me through streets I barely recognized. No wonder, I thought grimly. The last time I was here, there was barricades everywhere and people shooting at one another for no particular reason. Today it looked normal. Women sold snacks, fruit and second-hand clothes on every corner. Wherever I looked, there were hotels and electric buses more modern than anything you could see on the streets of Lisbon. Congo was just as I remembered it. Broad streets, low buildings, and Le Grand Café on the corner. I paid the taxi driver, took my suitcase, and went to meet an old friend. Meet Ives. Why am I here? Just to suffer? He was standing outside the cafe, elegant as always. He seemed shorter than I remembered, and his temples were starting to gray. He hugged me tightly and kissed me on both cheeks. I hugged him back. It's so good to see you, he said. So good to see you too, I beamed. Why did you want to meet me here? Please, take a seat while I go get my coffee. He opened his palm toward a table by the cafe window. They will be here any minute. Who? I was in the mood for crowds. Les Sapeurs, of course. Les Sapeurs? The fuck? I must have looked exactly the way I felt because Ives chuckled. Did I not tell you about them? It slipped my mind. Told me yes, but I don't remember anything about them. A sapeur is a person who belongs to I'm gonna butcher this. La Société Ambianqueurs de Personnes Élégantes. Let's see. French gets me. I don't know how to pronounce that. Ives gave me a theatrical bow. No, not that one. We believe that we should influence the world through chic, style, and charisma. It doesn't matter where you come from or what your skin color is. What matters is whether you look good. And when you look good, it makes the world a better place. Ooh, minus. I took out my notebook. Optimistic. Extravaganza. When they arrived, I could feel my jaw drop involuntarily. They were so elegant. I'd never seen men as elegant and eccentric in my entire life. They looked like they just stepped out of a luxury fashion magazine. They were so colorful that it was almost surreal in contrast to the cracked, dust-stained city around us. Like birds of paradise in a concrete jungle. They walked, they talked. Sometimes they touched a jacket or bent down to feel a sock. But there were no erratic gestures, no unnecessary movement. They were always so poised. Wow! Oh my god! Wow! Words failed me. Allow us to give you a fashion show, said Ives. The catwalk for the Sapeurs was marked out with the chairs and tables. It is a bit like dancing, said Ives. See, there is a choreography to it. Every move is there to show a part of your outfit. Why do they show their socks? Why not? The socks are vital too. You cannot hide them. And if you have garters, you have to show them as well. Now, the hat. Et voila. Put it on, take it off. Show the back of your tie. Show the lining of the coat. Float in it. You struck a pose. Struck a pose? I don't know. Remember, you can only wear 3 colors at once. 3 like the Holy Trinity. You can't be more perfect than God. Okay, buddy. I looked at my outfit. Pizza 2010. Luck is here. Welcome to Reading Simulator number 5. I don't know. I've had quite a few of those. I looked at my jeans and white linen shirt. They'd cost me a small fortune and were very chic imported. Oh, okay. Thanks for stopping by. Ives was next. He was wearing the French national colors. A blue suit, red socks and a tie. And a white shirt. He preferred Yves Saint Laurent, of course. I could hardly believe my eyes. I could sense a story. I could feel myself grinning, and the journalist in me took over. In the middle of one of the poorest countries in the world, living with the threat of violence breaking out at any moment, you were authentic vintage haute couture. Why? This is our identity. Every superhero wants to be unique, outstanding. Like a superhero from a comic book. Gives us a sense of belonging. Are you doing this for 3 hours? For the second time, yes. You're not the first one. I'm asking that question. I am doing this unless I finish this before that. Unlock. Yep. Forget to unlock before the next lock. Counterculture? I enjoyed playing the journalist. Counterculture sounds very negative. I've scratched his jawline. I prefer to think of it as just culture, you know? Style. It was not always easy. Sometimes our families did not understand, or people would shame us in the streets for wasting money. When Papa Wemba started to sing about La Save, it gave us new strength. Then we were even more convinced that if you take care of yourself, dress elegantly and have manners, you will go far in life. I just don't think that's the case. I never unlock? That's a lie. You sometimes do. I'm probably going to be live streaming the Spider-Man game at some point. Have you figured out how to stream on the PS5 yet? I hope you have. You didn't fight back? I wanted to know. The only competition we believe in is in these clothes, he explained. We only wear original Pierre Cardin, Roberto Cavalli, Dior, Fendi, Jean Paul, Gaultier, Gucci, Issey Miyake, I've never heard of that one. Prada, Yves Saint Laurent, Versace, and Yoji Yamamoto. What you wear speaks volumes about you. You do not lose good cheer. You take care of others. You'll always feed them, support them, lend them money if they want to buy a new suit. Because a beautiful new suit is our way of thanking God for creating such a beautiful world. My head tingle. I own the new Spider-Man game. I own Spider-Man Remaster from a PlayStation 5, so I had to start. I started playing it, and if I do the live stream, y'all sadly won't be able to see the Kingpin fight. Really? That's one of the blocked scenes in that game? Ugh. Good lord. Yeah. That's unfortunate. Oh well. My head tingled as though electricity was running across my scalp. I knew that feeling. Every time I had good material, my head was covered in goosebumps. That's weird. It's not one of the block scenes. I just wanted to see what the graphics look like, so I kind of got to a little carried away with the game. Oh, I see. I get it. Oh hey, it's been an hour. The Sapirs came and went, sharing their story. Do we just... I guess we get all of them? Jerome, the analyst. Do you know you can tell a lot about a person just by looking at their tie? Jerome, who worked in analytics, kissed my hand and continued. If you are shy, you will tie the knot very tight. If you wear it too big, you believe that showing off is most important. If you are a buffalo without any style, your tie will look like a dead fish until the day your sweetheart fixes it. If you're formal, you will only think about keeping your tie in place, and you will spend the whole day trying to get it just right. And those who are very tight-fisted will never undo the knot that was done for them in the store. I listened and made notes. Interesting. Oh, it was my first time ever playing the PlayStation 5 game of the Spider-Man one, so yeah, I did get carried away with it. That's okay. I mean, if you wanna just stream it, you can always start over. Like if you want to see the whole game, you know? But I don't know if that makes much sense overall. Superstar, the dreamer. I will not spend my life in Pakongo. I'm a professional model, said Superstar, looking critically at my attire. My suitcase is packed and soon I will have money for a ticket. Then New York, here I come. Or maybe London, or Amsterdam. What do you think? They will fight over me. Nobody in Europe knows how to wear a suit anymore. Good response. But I don't. Going to smoke a ball. Do it. Do it now. I looked around. Oh wow! Oh wow! I looked around. Among all the colors, there was still something missing. And what about black? My question raised some eyebrows. We don't like black. It signifies pain and death. Well, that's why I wear it on the fucking funeral. Oh, we're going back to the bar? Run! Ooh. Kinda like these kinds of pens. Wear a suit to a funeral and I don't forget the tie. Heck yeah, brother. I only have my Pokemon suit. I don't think it would fit a whatchamacallit, a funeral very well. It's too colorful. But then again, I think it's a cultural thing. We ran as fast as we could. I never thought I'd be able to move my legs like that. Bullets riddled the wall we'd been hiding behind for just moments earlier. Ives led me away from the fighting to his friends. I spent a couple of days there listening to the stories of the people I met. When I finally got back to where I was staying, I wired the newspaper to get me out of Brazzaville as fast as they could. While I was waiting to be collected, I wrote down all the stories I'd heard. It was like a fever. I wrote on every piece of paper I could find. When my notebooks were full, I used napkins and book covers. I was possessed. That piece earned me every possible journalism award of the time, and for a brief moment, I was famous. And rich. I sent some of the money to Ives. Visit Ives. Okay, we're back to present day. It was dark when we left. Ives drove a taxi and took me home. We sat in silence for a while. Tell me, Adelia, why did you come back? I didn't know what to say. I wasn't ready for the truth. I hesitated for a moment. I wanted to write a follow-up story. Ives' flat was small and clean. The row of hats. His hats were hung in a row like a strange art installation. There were photos of men in suits from Vogue Home. I don't know how to pronounce that. I know it's French. Taped to the walls. A woman. I can't wait for Friday because of Fortnite Fridays with Soar. Hell yeah. Hopefully he'll be up to it. I would like to play some with y'all. I turned to my left and saw a woman where moments before there had been nothing. Hello, Adelia, she said. I'm so glad we can finally meet. What brings you here? Genevieve, Ives' wife, worked at the Radisson as a waitress. She'd just come home and was still in her navy dress and snow white apron. Apron, not apron. I want to write an article. I answered. The clothes were stored in six metal boxes. I looked on in disbelief. Genevieve chuckled softly behind me. I'll show you the shoes, said Ives. He looked like a child who was about to show off his favorite toys. His eyes lit up, his back straightened, and he moved giddily around the room. These are made of crocodile skin. These are made of anaconda. I have some English shoes as well. They are very nice, but the leather is somehow... He searched for the word. Not as interesting? I suggested. I held an anaconda shoe in my hand. I could see the texture. It reminded me of something. They remind me of the shoes my mom had, I said. One year she went to France to work in a hotel as a maid and send money home. The only thing she bought for herself was some crocodile stilettos. Crocodile stilettos? Interesting. Genevieve smiled broadly. I can relate to that, she said. That is how the Sapiers got their clothes as well. Some of them would go to France to work, save their money, and then buy themselves a nice suit or a pair of shoes. That was before the internet, of course. It is easier now. Was that after the war? I asked hesitantly, aware that the sensitive topic kept cropping up. The war took everything from us, said Ives. We lost our home, our family, everything. They exchanged glances. And then I understood. Then it dawned on me. In Africa, everybody always asks you about your children. If you don't have any, people feel deep pity for you. Oh, not everybody wants children, you know. Children are everything. Lost your children, I said. There was silence. Yes, we did, said Ives, just like that. We survived, but they were gone. We were so numb. We were dead inside. I looked at Genevieve. Damn, that's fucked. And then your money came, Genevieve said, almost matter-of-factly. At first we thought it was there to mock us, that you had made money off our happiness and wanted to rub it in our faces. And then we realized that you had no way of knowing. Ives was so broken, more than I was. Women are stronger that way. Are you though? I mean, some are, I'm sure. So I told him, do something that will make you happy. Do something that will make your heart rise again. That's how he became the Le Chapier. He reached into the box and took out the suit. It was beautiful. The smooth silky blue of the fabric shimmered so beautifully. It is Ungaro, he said. I keep it here, but I don't fit into it anymore. I got fat. Do you want to try it on? I looked at the suit and felt tears welling in my eyes. I blinked. Yes, please. That's very kind of you. The suit was perfect. I looked like Charlie Chaplin because the trousers were too big for me. Genevieve combed my hair back and Ives fixed the tie. Then he put his hat on my head. I looked in the mirror. The person I saw was definitely elegant, but did she have the power to raise other people's spirits? To create the right ambience? I sighed deeply and felt my heart sink. I took the jacket off and went to hand it to Ives, but the smooth silk slipped from my fingers. Oh no! Sorry, dude. Oh, now we're just moving to Kinshasa. Wait for the barge. Wait, what's this chapter 3? I don't know. When we arrived in Kinshasa Harbor, my first thought was that it looked like an enormous scrapyard. Mbenami, the river barge I was taking up the Congo, was hidden among a maze of rusting iron. Finding it was quite the challenge. Barges will go up the river once every couple of weeks, or sometimes even every couple of months. Thankfully, I was in luck. There was one in the harbor and the passengers had been waiting for almost 2 weeks already. Enough bribes had been paid, so there was a good chance it would move in the next 48 hours. Bribes? You need to bribe a fucking ferry? Come on, man. It had been a while since I'd had a backpack on, especially one that huge. I'd bought some food, a big plastic bucket for washing myself and my clothes, and a small plastic bucket for getting water from the river. Just don't drink from the river, I've sworn me. Who do you think I am, some stupid tourist? I sighed and packed some water purification tablets, a power bank, and a small gas camping stove. I felt like a camel. I forgot that there was only one thing I really hated about traveling through Africa. You had to carry everything you needed on your own back. Well, I bet it makes you strong, though. I mean, it would make you strong. Port the barge! $40! Holy shit. That's a lot of money. Benami was long and flat, like an enormous floating metal table. And when I say enormous, that's no exaggeration. It seemed as though there was a small city on the deck. There were bars, churches, houses and shops made of plastic, cloth, styrofoam and cardboard. I chose a part of the ship and headed toward it. I like food, so we're gonna go to the food stalls. Starboard. There were women selling everything you might want to eat. I stayed away from the drunken man and the makeshift toilets. May God save us from illness, accidents and death, hollered someone in the crowd. Holler. I wonder how many people were on board. 1,000? 2,000? Okay, so none of these, change anything. Like fatigue or stress. I was getting anxious. Why the hell had I chosen this route instead of comfortable airplane? Was I drunk or something? I sighed. I knew it was the only safe way to get upriver. The jungle was full of men with guns hunting each other over conflicts no one really understood. Futile, really. I don't do. I found some space on the deck. Liboso ya kak. Visually my soup. I don't know. I found a shadow place on the deck, spread my tarpaulin out and put my tent on it. Looked like a little palace. I decided to look around and find out who I was traveling with. On my left, huddled under a colorful blanket, was a couple and their young children. On my right was a woman with her 2 teenage sons selling whiskey from buckets they'd brought aboard. Whiskey from buckets? In front of me was a group of women sitting on cargo bags full of clothes. I felt like an electric eel buzzing with energy that needed to be released. I took out my notebook and started to write. There was so much life to observe around me. I suddenly felt very alone. Upriver. The engine's wide. The water stirred and up the river we went. The first days passed without incident as we slowly eased into our routines. Next. Yeah, it's gonna probably take a while. At birth. There was a sudden commotion in the middle of the night. I woke up and heard the noise that had stirred me again. The unmistakable screams of a woman in labor. I unzipped my tent and went to see what was happening. It was a young woman I'd noticed when we were leaving Kinshasa. Even then, she was so heavily pregnant that it didn't look like she'd make it through the trip without her time coming. It was her 3rd child. There was no husband in sight, just an elderly father who was hardly any help. But she wasn't alone. People were swarming around her. There was a young man who was a Red Cross volunteer, and a group of older women going back and forth. They were bringing her clothes for the child, as well as food and blankets. I decided I wouldn't be of any help and went back to the tents. Yeah, they didn't need me. Boredom. Yeah, we're still going. Apologies. After a week, the days seemed to merge into one long and monotonous span of time. I'd wake up at 4 in the morning with everyone else. It wasn't possible to sleep with everybody chanting and praying. Then I'd take my toothbrush and toothpaste to join the morning ritual. Brush your teeth! I stood in a long line of people slowly brushing their teeth and spitting into the river. Ugh, disgusting. A stream of white spume was left in our wake, extending down the length of Le Fleuve. Old habits did die after all. It took me some time to get used to it again. Why did Joe a dude with a fishing net though? Okay, can we... Oh, we are moving? Something sweet or spicy. After I brushed my teeth, the smell of food in the air made my stomach crawl, so I get breakfast. Oh, I wanted to eat. Then I'd sit on the deck and listen to people. Oh. Why do people... Oh. Come on. Why do people like... Why do we brush our teeth and then eat? Like, wouldn't it make more sense? At least it makes more sense to me to like eat first and then brush your teeth. Maybe that's just me. But I always find it weird, just brushing teeth when you wake up and then eating. Oh well. Just brain thoughts. Just Wadu thoughts. Why are you here, they asked to begin with. Go home. It's not safe here. This place is cursed. It's better with the Belgians, at least it was peaceful. Now all we have is war. It was hard to listen. So I left them. I wish I could see how far we are. Maybe like halfway, but I'd sit in my tent and write for hours. I was in the heart of darkness, I wrote, stuck in connotations from old books. A beautiful country filled with people who have suffered so much. I looked at the page. Bullshit. I tore out the page, it was total shit. Damn, dude. Now we wait for another prompt. Slowly moving up the Congo River. I'd watch the river and the green rolling banks. Charge your phone. Every other day I'd go to the captain's bridge to charge my phone. The first time I went there, Captain Ngondu held out his hand. Really? I snapped. Why should I pay? No money, no charge, said the captain, smiling broadly. I smiled. Flashed the captain my best smile. How's your day? I asked. It must be so boring. Take care of all these people charging their phones while you have more important things to do on the barge, like making sure we navigate safely. He started to laugh. You are a terrible flirt, he said. I know. I replied and plugged in the charger. Well, hey! At least I didn't have to pay. I'm really bad at flirting, I think, personally. When I was tired, I slept or read a book. Sometimes... okay. Boats came from the village we passed food for sale. Claustrophobia! We didn't sail at night, the captain would moor somewhere near a village. Oh. Talk to the captain. But you do know the river, right? I asked him once. I do, he answered. I know it by heart. The maps I have are 30 years old, so I need to look at the river to know what is in front of us. That is why it is always safer not to sail at night. That makes sense. Damn, dude, the sky full of stars. Very pretty. Some light there. Evening Tuesday, late April. Used the opportunity to go to the villages and fetch some clean water every second night. That do be making sense. The crisis. On the 10th day of the journey, my phone, even though it was fully charged, lost its signal. I looked at it in frustration, but there was nothing I could do. It was beyond my control. Just like so many other things that happened in my life. Just like Jose? The husband? Yeah. Just like my husband who wanted me to come home so he could ignore me. Why do people stay in marriages like that? I know it's a lot of hassle to like get out of stuff like that, but god damn, dude. Nobody thought about me. I look at the useless piece of junk in my hand, feeling more and more isolated. Nobody cared about me. My husband hadn't even sent me a message. My daughter was absorbed in her relationship and preparing for the arrival of her baby. They had their own lives and didn't need me anymore. Hey, sounds like me. Nobody needs me. Nah, I'm just kidding. Look at myself in the mirror. The face that looked back was tired and wrinkled. There was a bright red pimple on my cheek. It made me angry. Fucking pimple, can you believe it? I felt cold. I reached for my fleece and draped it over my shoulders. The sun was unbearable, so I moved into the shade, but it felt even colder there. And then I started to shiver. Oh no, I said. Are you okay? Asked Feza, the whiskey seller. I don't know. I feel funny. Puchena! You don't look good, she decided. Go get someone, she said to one of her sons. Or at least there's help available, right? 10 minutes later, there was a girl in white coat heading my way. I'm Gloria, she said. I'm a nurse. Oh great, a nurse when I need a doctor. Gloria ignored me and put her hand on my forehead. Then she grabbed the side of my head and rolled my eyelids down. Hey! I didn't say you could do that. You have a high fever, she said. How do you feel? Bad, I said. Like I'm burning up. Have you been taking malaria drugs? My heart sank. I could feel a pit opening in my stomach. Of course. I've been taking doxycycline and using repellents this whole time. She looked at me with compassion in her big dark eyes. You need to take it and we need to observe you for the next 48 hours. The nearest hospital is in Bangui. It wouldn't usually be such an issue, but you are white and old. You aren't used to this climate. We'll see if you get the chills again. They come at regular intervals. Sat there stunned. Malaria was bad news. And then it got worse. All of a sudden, without any warning, I doubled over and vomited. Gloria burst her lips. That's disgusting. I mean, I feel bad, but also it's gross. Don't worry, we'll take care of you, she said. I'll be right back. BRB. The fever. Somebody put a cold, damp cloth on my forehead. It could have been Gloria, it could have been someone else. I wasn't able to tell. I was barely conscious. Every cell in my body hurt. My stomach clenched and unclenched as though it were being gripped by an iron fist. Cursed! Motherfucker! I cursed and geeked when somebody carried me to the toilets and helped me wash and relieve myself. Somebody else gave me water and helped me to drink. People watched over me while I slept. Damn, that is some community support. What if I had malaria? What if, despite taking the drugs and covering myself in repellents, mosquitoes, the little fuckers, had got to me, injected me with their poison and my blood was now full of parasites? Is that how it works? What if I was going to suffer like this for the rest of my life? Alone and unwanted? Oh boy, that is not an easy feeling to like just brush off. Alone and feeling alone and unwanted. I've been there. For a while. I woke up. I was 15 again, sitting in the kitchen, watching helplessly as my stepdad yelled at my mom. They were shouting at her for not bringing enough money into the household, for giving birth to useless daughters, for being a fat, ugly guy. Holy shit. She wasn't fat or ugly. Why wouldn't he just fuck off and die? Sounds about right. God damn. I woke up. Adwoa's face was like a mirage in the distance. Hush now, she said. Drink this. Oh shit, did Gage go live already? No. Or maybe, I don't know. We need to get out of here, I said. The tent's going to collapse. I need air. The taste was bitter. Herbal. I crawled out of the tent, stood up and collapsed. Adwoa sat across the table from me. She wouldn't look me in the eye. I have to, she said. I have to, and you have to understand that I have to. You know you'll understand? She turned from a woman into a dog. Sharp fangs pierced my ring finger, yanked my hand away. Damn, these are some fever dreams, dude. These are some fever streams, sure. Turned into a monkey, question mark? And escaped. Oh, fuck. Somebody was undressing me, washing me with a cool sponge, putting on new clothes. I was a seal swimming in fresh, rejuvenating water. I saw light and swam toward it. I was somewhere else. There was an old man there with gnarled hands and naked chest. He held burning herbs in his hands. Then there were feathers touching my face. Something rattled, moved, squeaked, and suddenly warm, heavy liquid fell over my cheeks. I started to retch. There were cool hands on my forehead. Somebody heaved me up and helped me as I vomited into a bucket. Ugh. The world swam around me. I told you that you're too old for this, said my husband with disdain. You're all old. Your tits are small and dried up. You're all wrinkled and I can't stand the sight of you anymore. Good lord. Fuck off. Who the hell, you piece of shit, I said. Woke up. What's wrong with me, I asked. My throat was parched. I could barely recognize my own voice. I don't know yet, Gloria said, but you're strong for an old white woman. That's racist. And ageist, I mumbled. Started to laugh. The laugh reverberated in my skull like an echo in a vast cavern. What if I die here? Yeah, what if? I thought. What if I die here, alone on the river, surrounded by strangers, in this god-forsaken heart of darkness, and my body's thrown in the water for the crocodiles to feed on? What if I die here, alone and forgotten, without my family, without my friends? Nobody cared. Nobody loved me and I'd brought it all on myself. That's not true, said someone. Then there was the smell of smoke again, and the acrid taste of herbs in my mouth. Was it malaria? I lay on the deck, exhausted. Gloria kept her cool hand on my forehead. I think you are improving, she said. A young Red Cross trainee was sitting on the other side of me. I looked at him. What happened to me? I think you had a bad case of heat stroke combined with food poisoning and dehydration, he said. Good lord. Well, said Gloria doubtfully, I still think we should wait another 24 hours to see if your symptoms continue. Do not worry, we're going to take care of you and get you to the nearest hospital. If you were 20, maybe it would not be such an issue. We are concerned about your age. I felt a surge of anger and I clenched my teeth. Didn't have the time to press the argue button, but I don't want to argue. For the next few days, I found myself constantly frustrated. I was frustrated because the boat was slow. I was frustrated because the sun shone too brightly. I was frustrated because people laughed too loud. I do get the annoyance, in fact. I felt anything but normal. Preacher. Song and prayer were a permanent feature of the barge. I'd never really understood the community of the faithful, believing that a supernatural power would save you no matter what. I had my doubts. Hey, me too. I wasn't religious. I'd never been a religious person. Word must have gotten around because one morning I was graced by a visit from one of the preachers on board. You can be saved, he said, and put his hands on my shoulders. Don't you feel God's presence? Don't you want to accept his love? No thank you, I said in a conciliatory tone. Why, child? I've been having trouble finding that presence. Just look around. Someone giggled. The preacher looked confused. So did I. Doesn't matter, he said. What? Raised my eyebrow. Huh? God's love is God's love. Accept it. Embrace it. God loves you. I know. Can I go now? Asked quietly. You are lost, child. Fucking God. This is the only problem I have with, like, religious people. They're, well, some of them. Obviously not all of them. Some of them are, like, really trying to push it on everyone else. The anger that had been burning in me since it was funeral flickered and died, turning into despair. Maybe I am. I played it. God loves you, repeated the preacher and kissed my forehead. If you say so, Father, I laughed a bitter laugh and went to the toilet. Imp fondo. Imp. And then it started to rain. I forgot how intense African downpours could be. I was wet to the bone. Everything was soaked through. I'm too energetic. What about in fondo? Do we stop here? Rain that it poured. Social life ceased to exist. Everybody stayed under the tarpaulins to avoid getting wetter. People would just lie on deck and look into empty space. They didn't seem to care. And I discovered that I didn't care either. I didn't care that I was drenched to the bone. I didn't care about my disagreements with God. I didn't care who cared about me and who didn't. I wasn't angry anymore. I wasn't even afraid that I might catch a cold. I was happy. I just sat in my soaking tent and observed everyone. One day I took a deep breath and realized that I stank. Stinky! Stinky McBinky. I was so far from home in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by thousands of unknown people. Gambled time and traveling along a river whose banks echoed with strange noises. Where was the Africa I used to dream of? Bangui. Chapter 4. We're finally there. Get out of the taxi. Yes! The Central African Republic was not a fun place to be. Not that I minded being in a country where there was an ongoing civil war, of course. You didn't mind that? It reminded me of my late 20s and the time I spent there then. The experience on the river had shaken me more than I cared to admit. I realized I wasn't so young anymore. I promised myself that if I got off this continent in one piece, I'd start taking better care of myself. Hotel for $152 goddamn dollars. Just for a night? Damn, that's expensive as fuck. Found a hotel, got a room, and slumped on my bed, exhausted. Take a shower. Easy on internet. Hell yeah. The phone rang while I was in the shower. Gotta get rid of the fatigue. It kept ringing as I let the steaming hot water pour down my back. But Dominic was a stubborn old mule, and he called again. Howdy, gorgeous. His Texan twang hadn't changed a bit. You off that boat yet? No, I'm still in the middle of the river, I said sardonically. Of course I'm off the boat. Alright then. PK... Is that a 0 or no? That's a 0. PK 0 in a half an hour? 15? Can you make it in 15? Can't wait to see me, can you? Heracross. Yay, stress minus. Nice. Burst into laughter. Made sure I was late. Bigazero was the only place in Bangui was safe for foreigners to stay. Not that it was safe for anybody to stay anywhere in that country. The civil war had been raging for 3 years at that point. People had a distinct, dull look in their sunken eyes. What the heck? I didn't miss that part of Africa, but no matter where you were, war never changed. War never changed. And neither did Dominic. He was still tall, slim, and had the brightest smile of anyone I knew. Aggies! He hugged me and I felt as though we'd only said goodbye yesterday. Looking good for your age, he said. Haven't seen you since... Wait, how long has it been? 10 years ago, I think. We'd met briefly in Lisbon. My husband had acted like a dick. That long, huh? Damn, he shrugged. How was your trip? Not great. I managed not to die on the river. Just. Thanks for asking. What happened? Heat stroke, I sighed. I'm older than I fucking thought. He gave me a long, quizzical look. His dark eyes were more peaceful than I remembered. Now he's had crow's feet as well. Or they had. Yeah, like you know. Some bastard. Still, the bastard looked at least 10 years younger than he was. When I get back, I said, I'm going to start having facials regularly. Started to laugh. Did you see the email I sent you? Did I? Need more time to think about it? It'll be one hell of a ride, like the movie. Bonnie and Clyde, question mark? Smirked. You actually seen that? Dominic raised his eyebrows. I'm too young to die. How about you? If you ever mention my name again, said slowly, I will skin you alive and leave you to the fire ants. Damn, dude. I think you're forgetting that I'm from Texas. I've had fire ants down my pants since I was young. And so that was it. I planned to ride a motorcycle through the DRC, the Rwandan border. Just like old times, Dominic said, and I couldn't help reminding him that I'd never actually ridden across Africa on a motorcycle before. Beep, 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 beep. Oh, water slide. One second. Bernard, our fixer, arranged the additional documents I'd need. A reporter, he said? Yeah. Oh, excellent. He looked over my shoulder. Have you got what I asked for? Yeah, I got it. Dominic was looking at some pictures that Bernard had handed him. What are these? Bernard showed him a glance. That is so you can tell people apart in case you forget. See, everybody wears camouflage. Now those in red berets are car. Green berets are presidential guards. The militia wears blue berets. Michael packs wear green shoulder patches. Clear? Huh? That's probably not what training. Yep. I craned my head to get a closer look. Dominic shoved the photos in this pocket. Clear, he said. You're going to the Bokassa Palace, right? Bernard clearly had his assumptions about reporters. What do you want to know? I wasn't sure if I wanted to go that way yet. I've heard there are still crocodiles around there somewhere. Bernard said it like it might change my mind. Crocodiles, I asked? Sorry, crocodiles? I asked. Oh, you know, the crocodiles he fed his political opponents to. People say some of them escaped and now terrorize the local villages. I'd heard the story at least once before. The real Bokassa was terrifying enough to inspire many tall tales. Sorry. When he was finally taken down, there were fridges full of human remains found in his palace. Or so I'd been told by older reporters who were there at the time. They talked about chests full of gold and diamonds as well, so I always assumed they were exaggerating. You can have both, I suppose. Restlessness. We spent 2 days preparing for the trip. Dominic rode a Yamaha, and although I wasn't a big fan of off-roading, I knew nothing would serve us better in Yamaha in Africa. We packed our bags, then bought tanks of water and gas, as well as some food. Loaded everything we thought we might need. Then we spent some time bickering over which route to take. We finally decided to go through Kisangani and finish in Goma, where Dominic had some business to attend to and I could find transfer to Rwanda, which was the next stop on my list. Remember Rwanda? I'd only been there once. That seemed like enough for 21 years. Did I really want to go back? Maybe you could just throw in the towel, get on a plane and fly to Maputo. Hey, Puto. Do you have any gel pants? Asked Dominic suddenly. No, why? I won't need them, will I? Dominic's smile looked more like a grimace. When you reach a certain age, you start to appreciate creature comforts? You'll see. Cross the border. That's a lot of shit. To leave the car, or CAR, we had to cross the river and pay bribes disguised as taxis. Did you know, said Dominic once we paid the borders to unload our bike and take our bags to the cano, that bribes are actually a substitute for democracy? What? It's intrigued. They did the study somewhere in the 80s or 90s, I think it was Ukraine or something, and they found out that in countries where there's no established democracy, bribes are the only way to make the system work. You can't really influence anything by voting, but you can sure make things happen with money. That's almost like taxes, I'm used. The officials work for you, but without the state acting as an intermediary. And only if you can afford it. The officials are up to their eyeballs in the system, too, right? You look down at a piece of paper in his hand. You get $16. You need to pay 5% of the value of our goods to the customs office. Let's just pay. So when an official needs to get something done, they have to pay a bribe to another official. Look at the paper again. Do we have any cheese or butter? No. No? I don't know, do we? In this temperature? Left. Do I look insane? Great, we just saved 11 bucks. But Vito Sanitation wants another $11 for our tanks of gas. Oh, what's this? Fuck. That's right. Resigned. I thought exactly. For the tanks. Did I already not pay for that? Health cards. Passports. Holy shit. That's expensive. Paid another $11 to the Office of Water and the Environment for the same tanks of gas. Then $5 each to have our health cards inspected. Then almost another $20 to get stamps in our passports. And finally the soldiers wanted their share for protecting us. Good lord. I'll let Dominic handle it. Oh my god, more? I'm gonna be poor. Boat cost us another $40, but only because Dominic somehow managed to convince the owner not to charge us extra for the tanks of gas. Enter the doors. Another 25 bucks. Borders turned out to be cheaper on the other side of the river. Oh my god. Have to do the same thing all over again. It's like 100 bucks. That's over 100 bucks. Wisdom unpack our stuff and then went to the sanitation officer to pay for being sanitized. Security guards appeared out of nowhere. How much for y'all not to look through our bags? Dominic asked, and then the money exchanged hands. When they left, we looked at each other and started to laugh. So you have a good understanding with men in uniforms, I said. We had something we wanted. We had something they wanted, he shrugged. Soldiers can understand that better. It's as old as humankind. It's an exchange, pure and simple. A means to an end. Here yesterday, gone today, back tomorrow. You're strange. You're strange, buddy. Said. Made a face. No, I know. $900 miles to Kisangani. Riding a motorcycle in Africa is as much fun as it is a nuisance. Yeah, certainly can. Found out the hard way. I should have taken the shell pants. Psst. Oh well. Look at all those monkeys. And all those dead chimkin. The roads were infamously terrible. Scenic, muddy, and a nightmare to travel on. Often they were blocked by one or more of the 4 kinds of obstacles you could meet. Water, wood, earth, and people. Sounds like tarot suits are some sort of twisted I Ching, I said when Dominic explained what to expect on the journey ahead. Sure does, he smiles. We could write a horoscope. Water. A terrible fate awaits those who are born in May, because rivers will flow across their paths, he said in a grave voice. What about people? Asked Dominic. I prefer the other suits, I said, shaking my head. At least they can inspire some spiritual change. Ants. Of course, my precautions didn't save me from getting into trouble again. We stopped somewhere in the middle of a road, and I went into the bushes to pee. Hey, don't, yelled Dominic, but it was too late. Yo! Swore! What's good, homie? Aren't you supposed to be shooting people in the head? It's too late. Fuck. I screamed as a horde of massive ants, angry at me for stepping on top of their colony, charged toward me. Oh god. That's a lot of them. I screamed and swore, jumping around trying to get rid of them. Dominic ran over to help me, but gave up after a few minutes and just doubled over, howling with laughter. If I ever, I hissed, hopping on my left leg and shaking my right shin violently in the air. If I ever see an ant again, I swear I'll bite its head off. Don't promise things you don't want to do. I'll catch every last one of the little bastards and bite the living fuck out of them. Ow, fuck you, you little demons. God damn. Let's stop for longer. Gbadolite. Gbadolite. I don't know. Lord have mercy, I said, looking at the monstrous concrete arch that graced the entrance to Model Nzekele. Ain't it a beaut? Said Dominic over dramatically. I wonder if the rest is as charming as this. We stopped to take a look. Look at the birds, though. What you eating there, buddy? Looks like some sort of spider. We decided to stop and have a look around the ruins of the abandoned pleasure palace built for Mobutu Sese Seko. I'm sure that's close enough. Neither of us had seen it before, but it felt like we'd just walked onto a post-apocalyptic film set. Is there really a swimming pool? Asked Dominic as we passed a huge tiled basin that had bushes growing at the bottom of it. He nodded. Did you know that he hosted the Pope and the President of France here? Let me guess. Try to remember the dates. I have no fucking idea. That sounds right. John Paul II and Pompidou. George Pompidou. You sure know your post, that ain't it. It was Mitterrand and John Paul II. I'm sure I can let him enjoy his moment of triumph. Mobutu's daughters got married here. Daughter got married here. Dominic continued. The cake was flown in from France. Can you imagine that? Yes, I can, in fact. It's a matter of yes. I said and started to laugh. When Clem got married, my husband wanted to send food from his restaurant to Maputo. They'd get along, I think. Jose and Maputo. Give me a break, I scoffed. Really didn't want to think about my husband, Clem, and all the other reasons I was there. We were running out of gas when suddenly the trees on either side of us disappeared and we drove into a village. I let Dominic save the day. Went to refill the tank while I organized something for us to drink. Then we took off. Stop for longer. Oh, that's actually more fatigue. My bad. I thought it said minus. I'm a little bit of a dumbass. We stood under a colorful canopy that had the words Rene's shop written above it. This is not real rain, said Rene, who came out to join us. Oh. What is it then? I asked sarcastically. Snow? Petals gently drifting down from the trees? No. And I was stubborn. Real rain floods houses, sweeps away trees, and contaminates wells. Oh, it's like a little bit of drizzle, you know. The next day was sunny and the mud dried in the passable road. I'd rather have less stress. We were able to get out, take our time, question mark, and just enjoy the ride. The traffic jam. It was the middle of nowhere in the jungle in the heart of Africa and we were stuck in a traffic jam. Are you kidding me? There was a huge hole in the road full of rainwater that had sucked in 2 trucks. God damn, that's muddy as fuck. They said they're like huge squatting frogs. Their wheels spun wildly, flinging mud in the air, but they weren't going anywhere anytime soon. One of the locals guided us through his neighbor's backyard and offered us some tea. His wife complained about the irresponsibility of the truckers, who obviously hadn't wanted to pay for help. Huh? What did she mean? I asked Dominic later. Oh, you know, large potholes are like startups here. He said, if you spot one soon enough and have enough planks ready, you can cover it when it rains and charge the toll for the crossing. Quite the entrepreneurs. He stripped with sarcasm. I can see you prefer more expensive and convoluted scams, like selling shares and useless ideas to rich morons. Shook my head. Not gonna stop for longer. Let's just get the fuck out of here. I don't have to, right? Do I have to? Well, it sure ain't fucking going anywhere. Fine. Lusala was the town where Seseseko was born. It was small, dusty, and a river ran through it. Another obstacle for us to overcome. See what I mean? Said Dominic when the locals started putting down boards to span the river. Startups. They know what they have and they know how to use it. Just as I predicted, a river blocking our path. I laughed. Do you have to pay to get across? Of course we do. You've forgotten where we are or something? Just imagine it's an app on your phone. One that does some fancy tracking or something. What do you have on that thing anyway? Instagram? This app that takes square pictures? Admit it. You can put filters on them, publish them, and you can look at other people's pictures as well. So, said after a moment, you have a photo album that you need to charge every day. That word, I slowly extended my middle finger. Muddy roads, and then we came across some potholes that would have made for the perfect startup if they hadn't been so far away from a human settlement. Need to push the bike through, said Dominic. It weighs a ton and I don't want to risk it falling on my leg. Or yours. Valid. An encounter. A choice encounter. Of the asshole. And just like that, we ran out of gas and sputtered to a stop in the middle of the road. Ah, fuck. So that's amazing. I looked around while Dominic had a good laugh. Fortunately, we could see a village a little way down the road, so he left me with the bike and went to get some gas. I sat against the bike with my legs in front of me and knotted my t-shirt under my breasts. Booba! The humidity was almost suffocating. I looked at my boots and the green cargo pants I was wearing, and at my stomach, which definitely didn't look young anymore. I grimaced. Old wasn't the right word. Middle-aged? Perhaps it was the autumn of middle age rather than the height of summer, but still. I liked it. I like my stomach. Good. And then I heard the rumbling of the engines heading toward me. 2 policemen pulled up next to me, the heat radiating from their bikes only adding to the thickness of the air. Oh boy. Bad feeling. It didn't take me long to guess they were trouble. One of the policemen was ogling my bare midriff. Oh god. I'd seen the smile on his lips enough times in my life to know what he was thinking. This ain't gonna end well. How can I help you? I asked after I make myself presentable. And the fool. Wololo again. Are you alone here? Asked the policeman. Should I call him my husband? What's up, Handful? Again. My greeting. Greetings. Wololo indeed. Oh, I said my friend went to get some gas from the village. Should I have said husband? Oh, you have a friend? Is she as pretty as you are? Oh, joke. Oh, I didn't realize. Was the joke? Oh, really? Thanks for clarifying that. Whoa. Yes, he is. Oh, he's very handsome, I said. And he left you alone here? Why not come to Bumba with me instead? What for? Like I didn't know. It's a nice hotel there. He grinned. I can show you things no white man has shown you before. If the lady said she wasn't interested, I heard Dominic's voice. The policeman looked at him slowly. You were lying, he said. Lying? Oh, fuck. What do you mean lying? Fuck, I thought. He's not handsome, he's old, he said. Porcelain! Hello, dear friendo! How are you? I'm doing good. Even better now that you're here. How are you? I've just been doing this reading simulator. Hope your day is going well, Pors. Welcome in. Clarifying that with the daily Swedish word clarinet. Press translate. I bet it translates to clarinet. That's just my guess. I have no basis on it. It's just a guess. Wins. Good, I'm okay. I have to go to work soon, unfortunately. Just stop by to say hi. That's okay. Sucks that you have to go to work. But glad you're here for a little bit. I hope work goes well today. As always. Dominic narrowed his eyes. You ain't no supermodel yourself either, he said evenly, looking the policeman in the eyes. What had gotten into? What? Oh. That doesn't show up on my fire, but funny enough. What the fuck was he doing getting into a pissing match in the middle of the African jungle? The policeman started to laugh and then his friend joined in. They drove off toward the village, splashing mud on us as we left. What the fuck, dude? Huh? Took a shaky breath. Come on, we should get going. Scary situation. Boomba! Almost a character from Lion King. Boomba. It was easy to forget we weren't alone in the jungle, but then an animal would spring into the road or a human would appear. People were curious, or they were thirsty, or both. If If they were on the road like us, they were willing to talk. I struggled to remember words in languages I never really learned properly, but Dominic seemed to be capable of basic conversations without any problem. Both are like the equal levels. Refreshing the daily, Swedish daily word. What did Let's translate if you want some help, so ask me. I have no idea what the word means. I watched him. At first I expected him to twist everything with his broad Texan accent, but I was quite surprised to hear it disappear when he started talking. He talked, he smiled, he exchanged water for pineapples. And one time we got a hand-drawn map with obstacles marked on it. Want the translation? Sure. Hand-drawn map with obstacles marked. Well, we have to stop for longer because it just won't go if we don't. We stopped in Boomba to have a beer. We sat at a plastic table and started to chat with the locals about the weather, the roads, and the state they were in. They were adamant there was a hole big enough to swallow a whole truck somewhere, with their families and relatives. Suddenly the laughter stopped. When we turned around, there were policemen behind us. They didn't look friendly. Why have you not registered yourselves? Barked the quiet one. A beer. Dude leaked clearly means unreadable. Well, now I know. We're just having a beer. I raised my glass. Cheers. Papers. Fine. We took out our papers. A crowd started to gather around us, curious and hungry for a show. I could sense an unusual underlying tension. The policeman looked at our papers and shook his head. These are fake, he said. You must come with me. Fake? That can't be. Which from wallet, if we have to pay. Are trying to bribe me. Are you trying to bribe me? The policeman crossed his arms. Translate that. Let's try to keep the chat in English, please. The rules are there for a reason. You trying to bribe me? Policeman crossed his arms. Money is not the law here. I am. Right. Fuck, I thought we really were up shit creek without a paddle. Sure you are, snorted Dom, and I could see straight away he shouldn't have said that. Oops. Ah, prison. The policeman's face went dark. The crowd started to murmur. Ended up in jail. Oops. They took our phones and backpacks and locked us up in a cell. There were bottles full of urine on the floor. Ugh. Apparently they didn't bother cleaning up after our last tenant. Disgusting. I was so scared that I snapped at Dominic. Look what you got us into. It's not. Me? Dominic spat back. You think I'm responsible for this? Didn't see anyone else arguing with them, he shouted. For fuck's sake, I was trying to save you. Well done. Real good job. Well, thank you very much. Now I'm all nice and safe in a prison cell in the middle of fucking Africa. Oh, don't be so dramatic. It's not the first time and it won't be the last. I was exasperated. Gonna die of fatigue. Hopeless. Maybe for you. I was exasperated. I don't intend to be in jail cell ever again. You can do whatever the fuck you want. A couple of hours later, they took me out for questioning. Officer, I said, I'm very sorry about my friend. He meant no harm? Didn't mean to offend you, I continued. You know how old men are. They don't like being old, so they pick fights with younger, stronger men to prove they still have it in them. Oh boy. If Dominic had heard that, I'd have been in so much trouble. But we're not here to cause trouble. I kept going. Also do stupid things sometimes to feel young again. I just want to pretend that my friends are still alive. My daughter isn't pregnant. I didn't even pause to take a breath. I just chatted and chatted like a parrot. Finally, the policeman started to laugh. He was right about you, he said. You really are a feisty old lady. Wanted to see for ourselves. Hawkshark! What's up? How you doing? Hope everything is going well. Your friend is an asshole, added the policeman. You should leave him and stay here with us. We're good people. They held us until the next day before giving us back our belongings and letting us go. Eating ice cream while baby naps? Oh, hell yeah. What kind of ice cream do you have? I wish I had some. Who am I saying this to? I'll take the risk. Is this if? No, this is Wanderlust travel stories. I don't know what. How interactive fiction? How genre? Maybe. I mean, I guess. What does the game say? RPG simulation adventure? I guess. I don't know if these are true stories. Probably not. But it's been interesting. Okay, we did say that to Dominic. Good. You're in so much trouble, I said to Dominic. How about we run the rest of the way to Kisangani, carrying all our gear? You know what? He said after a moment. Maybe I really was trying to prove I still had it in me. Men. Yeah. It's all stories and making choices. Yeah. 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 So I guess that is the genre then. That's interactive fiction. Cool beans, cool beans. Have to head on, have a good stream. Much love, Boris. You have yourself a great day at work. I'll chat with you later. Been interesting trying. Do it. Do it. Bye, Boris. Bye bye. Almost said sleep well. It's not nighttime yet. Sometimes there were patrols. Policemen would stop us and write down our names painstaking. Can I negotiate? Negotiate the customer bribes. Without much success. Oh wow, I doubled the fuck's sake. No, at least I tried. Okay. 20 kilometers down the road was another patrol, and we went through the whole process all over again. That was a mistake. The parish. Dominic knew a priest in the area we were passing through. You wanna stay there, he said. It's an oasis, flowers, neatly cut grass, Wi-Fi, and best of all, a bathtub. The guy's a little bit... well, you'll see, but he's nice. A little bit what? I was tired and really didn't feel like any nasty surprises. He's Polish, said Dominic, as though that explained everything. And he's a priest, you'll see. Yeah, that's not much of a explainer, is it? I'm hopeless to worried. I wasn't disappointed. I don't think I've ever seen anyone make so much fuss over visitors. How did you two meet? He asked over dinner. We looked at each other. 22 years ago. I said in Mogadishu. The priest looked baffled and so very young. I was there covering Operation Restore Hope, I hinted. Still nothing. Shook my head. Jose! Jose! Oh boy. I don't like that emoji. What's up, dude? How you doing? Jose, what's up? What up? Yeah, what up? How you doing? Welcome in. What did they teach kids these days? Nothing. I lay on my soft bed, staring into the darkness. I was woken by gunfire coming from the garden, and then someone started shouting. Wait, this is current events. Yo, Hawk. Oh, don't worry, I'm clean today. Am I? I'm good, brother. Okay. Whatever. I'm doing good. Just been reading this interactive fiction genre game, apparently. A lot of reading. And some pictures. How's the wife? How is the wife? How's life? I hope you're good. She's doing good, trying to do as much as I can since she's growing our baby. She's due either late October or early November. Ooh, shit, dude. Are you excited? I peeked outside. Fighting my reflexes to run in the direction of the shots to see if anything interesting was happening, I peeked outside. Dominic stood on the porch with his hands in the air. The priest was in the garden talking to some art man. What the fuck? I asked politely. They're his private bodyguards, Mother Dominic. I went out for a smoke and forgot to warn him. Still had an unlit cigarette in his fingers. Need one. I fished a lighter out of my pocket, took the cigarette from him, lit it, and inhaled deeply. You gonna share that? Do you think his voice dripped acid? Sure. Yes, sir, the baby and I will watch all your streams. Hell yeah, dude. Gotta teach him early, right? We stood in the dark, smoking. This guy has his own private bodyguards? I asked after a moment. And who pays for them? The Vatican? I do believe it's those poor motherfuckers back in Poland who fund these missions. Dominic chuckled mirthlessly. It's been a while since I've seen that word. I'm eating ice cream for her right now. So. Yeah, what flavor? What flavor? They probably think their money is being spent educating those poor little black kids they see on TV, like the ones in the village. Spat into the darkness. How did you two meet each other? I asked. Dominic shrugged. Business, he said, crushed the cigarette under his boot and went inside. Well, just business. Cherry chunky chocolates. My choices in the no sugar added section are more limited. Gotta have some sugar in your life. Nah, it is good to like cut sugar out a little bit. Still has sugar. Okay. Just none added. Oh yeah. Right. Okay, I see. Wouldn't choose it myself. Well, that sounds good. That would be cookies and cream or rainbow sherbet. I always go for, well, always when it's on discount. I always go for like Ben & Jerry's half baked. That's my favorite. It's just very lovely. Peanut butter cup and birthday cake are my favorite. I need to try birthday cake. Great weather. The next day was absolutely perfect. Great weather. It was warm, the sky was blue, and parrots followed us wherever we went. I thought about the feral parrots that had taken over the cities in southern Europe. Used to be mint chocolate chip. Ooh, that also sounds good. Also sounds delicious. And we're super stressed. Roadside attractions. In Bhuta, we were directed to the old school to make camp. When I opened my eyes the next morning, I was met by the stares of the entire village. They were all stood in front of the school looking at us. The kids were pointing and laughing. Hi. Hello, I waved at them. They smiled shyly and some of them waved back. We spent half a day there, sitting with everyone, eating and talking. They were curious about curious about us, and I was curious about them. I could feel my old self coming back. Oh, nice. Cookies and cream and sherbet are also great. It's all good except black walnut. I don't like nuts in general. I think. Yeah, nah, not a big fan. Listen to people. Be patient. Be careful with the questions you ask. Observe more than talk. Let them trust you. Let them want to share their life stories with you. Let them explain their reality to you so you can pass on their stories to others. It burned like hell. Sometimes it would rain, and then I really understood what Dominic meant by gel pants. Drink more water, he advised. Don't need more stress. What do you mean more water? That'll only make it worse. I was being fire. Good lord. Trust me, you need to drink more water to flush out the bacteria. I mean, I suppose that's true. That means I'll have to pee all the time, I complained. Doesn't matter in this weather, you're wet anyway. Dominic shrugged. Lol. Why do we have to stop everywhere? I don't want to stop, I just want to go on with the shit. The camp. There was a refugee camp on our way to Kisangani. GRC army officials were announcing that everything was under control, but nobody looked eager to risk leaving the camp. Stood on the edge of the camp, smoking. Do you have anything to do with this? I asked Dom. I was afraid of his answer. I was afraid of what he might say, but more afraid of not knowing. Let's not talk business. Closed up like an oyster. You think you know something, but... Don't tell me it's just war, I said. And that war never changes. But you know it's true, said Dominic. It never changes. Please, said Ilya. Look tired. Leave it alone. I don't wanna. I watched him. I knew why I'd agreed to go with him. I wanted to be reckless, to feel young again, to have a brush with death and survive. I thought it would somehow cancel out the only death that mattered. I thought that Dominic saw what I was going through. Did I really know what he was going through? We were friends once, but now I wasn't so sure anymore. Should we go or should we stay here for a couple of days? He asked after some time. Let's just fucking go, mate. I wanted to be anywhere else but there. Stress is almost at maximum. Chapter 5. Notice the changes. One chapter is one story. It said around 3 hours, so should be fine maybe. Many names have been given to this city over the years. Falls Station, I like that name. Once it was called Falls Station because of its proximity to the Boyoma Falls. Now it's called Kisangani. The current name meant the city on the island, in reference to the tributaries that surrounded the city. Golden diamond mines surrounded the city like an engagement ring. A promise of wealth and prosperity. The city itself dazzled me with its colonial architecture, its modernist hotels, its cathedral that mimicked Notre Dame, its office blocks yearning to be the city of London's skyscrapers. I liked its style. It was alive and buzzing with culture. There were TV stations, newspaper stands, theaters, cinemas and music venues everywhere I looked. Not so long ago, it was known as the most stylish city in Africa. Now all I could see were the traces of the war. Did you know that when Katharine Hepburn and Humphrey Bogart stayed in one of these hotels here, he was constantly drunk and she was constantly sick? Asked Dominic. And say I have. Haven't heard that one before. I looked at Dominic expectantly. He drank the water. She drank the water, so he drank whiskey, he explained. Oh. I looked at the slow, muddy waters of the Congo River. We looked at each other. Can get less stress by choosing this. You know what? I said. I've already had my river adventure. Let's buy a bottle of whiskey and get plastered. Oh, I don't like whiskey. Do you guys like whiskey? I do not. Like at all. Sure. We walked the streets, swigging our whiskey as we went, arguing about movies, wars, and romance. Romance wasn't why I was there. Look for a diamond Joshua's house. Diamond merchant? Diamonds? Each for me? Took us a while to find it. What are we looking for? Hey, is this what we're looking for? Dominic pointed at a mural on a wall across the street. Sandwiched between dull beige buildings on a dusty road, the sheer white walls of the shop and the colorful picture painted across them were hard to miss. The mural depicted a man of two halves, cut down the middle by the shop's doorway. On one side was a thin, visibly hungry man holding a rough diamond in his right hand. On the other side was a tall, well-dressed man with a bag full of dollars in his left hand. This guy sure knows how to advertise, said Dominic. Who is he? Who is he? I mean, I don't know either. It's a long story, I answered. 1976, London. A long time ago. That is a very long time ago. We'd met at the LSE summer school. I never did find out what Joshua was doing there, but he had this specific Jewish charm around him. A little melancholic, a little depressed, and a lot of sex appeal. Leonard Cohen-like. There's something about him that reminded me of Leonard Cohen. We fucked a bit. Hell yeah. We'd slept with each other a couple of times and then decided that we preferred talking to fucking. So we talked. Then the summer ended and we switched to writing. Damn, dude. You know, those long, detailed letters that were meant to replace hours of conversation. Come to Africa, he wrote one time. You'll find plenty of shit to write about here. True story, bro. Present day. Joshua's house. ID. Joshua hadn't changed much. He was a bit skinnier and his face was darker and more wrinkled, but his eyes were still the same. Curious, kind, and so brown, they almost looked black. Finally made it. How long's it been? Too long, buddy. Too long. Answered. He hugged me. And who's your friend? Right. Dominic, meet Joshua. I introduced them. Joshua, meet Dominic. Dominic the war dog? Asked Joshua immediately. Dominic turned to me. What the hell? Oh. I felt my cheeks turn red. When I first met you, I wrote a letter to Josh and... Joshua stood there, barely able to hide his amusement. But a war dog? Dominic was not amused. Josh, you old bastard, I murmured. I know, I missed you too. He invited us inside. Oh, Joshua's past. The room spoke of his past. A lamp that had belonged to his mother stood in the corner. On the back wall there were pictures of his wife and their son. There were even a few of his parents in London and one of his grandparents in front of a synagogue somewhere in Central Europe. A past so distant it could have been on another planet. The huge desk that stood in the middle of the shop was covered in papers, cigarette butts, beer bottles, and some stones that looked like uncut diamonds. Ooh, waifu. Can we meet the waifu? Is Gina here? No, she's in Israel. Joshua shook his head. Why? Well, why? The news surprised me. It's a long story, I'll tell you later. There's a customer I need to attend to. Is it Dominic? No. I turned around and saw a thin, nervous boy clutching something in his right hand. The look of deep hopefulness and hunger in his eyes made me indescribably sad. Please give me money. Oh, what a gorgeous background. Voices in the night. We sat on the terrace. I was suddenly aware of the buzz of the insects in the background. Joshua had cooked some rice and chicken, and we talked about the recent events in our lives. Dominic was quite merciful about his nickname. Oh, for fuck's sake, it was 20 years ago and you were a soldier. Finally snapped. But not a mercenary. I believe she meant it as a compliment. Joshua wasn't even trying to hide his amusement. Why is speaking so difficult right now? I've been doing it for 2.5 hours straight, so maybe that's it. Dominic shot me a glance that suggested I wasn't out of the woods just yet. I'm going to bed, he said. See you in the morning. Why? I said I was sorry. He did not, in fact, answer. When he was gone, Joshua shook his head. You have a rare talent for making men go nuts around you, he said. Give me a break. Will you? Wave my hand dismissively. I know. It's all my fault, he said. Oh, Martina. No, we're not gonna do that. Never mind, I smiled. Tell me, how are you? He mulled over his thoughts in silence. What happened between you and Gina? I pushed. Joshua looked at me. You didn't get my last letter, did you? No. Oh, I didn't. I noticed that too late. I shook my head. He sighed. I sent my family to Israel, to my brother, he said. You know, the one who runs the diamond cutting shop? Beer. I reached for my beer and let the silence unfurl. You know... He took a swig from his bottle. Samuel was getting too African. Too African? I can't see why that's a bad thing. I looked straight at him. The kids here, he explained, they drink, they use drugs, they sleep around, they spend every day on the river platforms diving and looking for treasure. Joshua, with all due respect, that sounds like kids everywhere. I sighed. We're both just old and at the age where we complain about young people and how it was different when we were their age. Fair. I know that, but Atilia, this isn't Europe. This is the Congo. Joshua looked serious. If you get so frustrated with your life that you want to kill someone, you actually can. All you need to do is join a group of guerrillas. You'll get a gun and you'll be able to live out your deepest, darkest desires. Sounds like the US. I was in the mood for arguing. How does that make Africa a worse place? He looked at me. You idealize this place. You always did. I live here while you've spent the last 20 years dreaming of Africa in the safety of the European Union. Valid point. Okay, I said. I'm listening. Do you know how they dive for treasure here? He asked. I had enough. Please do tell. I said, resigned. The rivers are deep, so they tie sandbags on tin weights to their legs. He continued. They hold this thin plastic pipe in their mouths as tightly as they can. Oh, shit. The pipes break, or they lose their grip on them, or the mud sucks them in, or there's a sudden rock slide, or it's so deep down that they simply die of hypothermia. I know it happens because I saw it happen. They look tired, they just don't think. They don't seem to grasp the idea of cause and effect. That's not racist. What's happening, Josh? I asked, worried. I'd never seen him so tense. I didn't know what to do. Tears in his eyes. They'd be Samuel's role models, you know, his classmates, his friends. I want a future for him. I want him to have a choice like I did. We smoked in silence for a while. How are you coping with being alone? I asked quietly. He was silent for a moment. Israel isn't my promised land. I'd have to start all over there. I'd be the oddball who lived in the jungle for 30 years. I don't even speak Hebrew, for fuck's sake. My folk used Yiddish at home. I don't belong there. I don't belong here either. But you know what? I don't mind. He took a deep breath and sighed. Why did you come back? For it was funeral? But I wasn't buying it. Nobody here to see me. I brought my knees up to my chest, put my elbow on my knee and smoked while looking into the darkness. The insects were even louder than before. I missed you. Said finally, you're my best friend in the world after all. He smiled. Am I? Smiled back. No one knows more about me than you do, so I suppose you are, yes. Damn, that makes me miss my best friend. Pure morning. The next day I got up before Dominic and went for a walk around the city. I needed time to think. If someone had told me 6 months ago that I'd be back in this part of Africa, I wouldn't have believed them. And yet here I was, falling back into old habits, feeling more and more at home every day. It's all just an adventure. Was it just an adventure? I didn't know. But I was getting tired of adventures. Don don don. The engagement rink. Why did I say rink? Ring. After the walk, I went into Joshua's shop and sat behind his desk. Comfortable. I leaned back in the chair and for a moment imagined that it was my office. The big mahogany desks, the comfortable chair, the smell and clinging touch of the Congo air, the horror of the diamond trade. I didn't notice Joshua come in. Have you had breakfast? He asked. I nodded. Yes, thank you. I have something for you. I forgot it yesterday. He reached into a drawer and took out a small packet wrapped in red paper with golden ribbon about it. Hello? Ding, ding. I looked at Joshua. He put the packet on the desk. How long had I been avoiding this? It's been waiting here for the past 20 odd years, he said. What is it? Oh. Oh. The engagement ring? Closed my eyes. When I opened them again, I wiped away a tear from the corner of my eye. Joshua was looking at me. Never really told me what happened, he said. He was right, I never told anyone until then. I have to go back? I had to go back to Portugal. Claimed Cadil and it was just too much for me. Laddie, his voice was quiet. He wrote a letter asking me to prepare the most beautiful diamond I could find for an engagement ring. But you never came to collect it. Wow, these are some choices. If I'd been able to, I said bitterly, I would have come. tilted his head. I know you were in Africa later. Went to Mogadishu. You were in Rwanda. Wrote to me all the time and you knew I had it for you. What happened? Real life happened? We were living the dream, I said finally. And then we woke up. These kind of choices make me uncomfortable because I don't know what's going on. Or what has happened. Almost got away with it, I sniffed. Even her family accepted me. Of course, they pretended we were just friends, but they helped us a lot. We were waiting for Clem to be born and we were happy. I was crying and crying, but then it all just collapsed. What? When I ran to Africa to Adwo, I didn't tell Jose that I was pregnant. I look at Joshua, but deep down I knew he had the right to know. When the dream ended, I had a family in Portugal and Adwo's family arranged a marriage for her. Oh. Oh. So Adwoa wasn't just a friend to Adelia. Damn, dude. Ah, that's fucked. I'm not that's not fucked that they were in love, but... Damn, dude, this makes everything worse. Said slowly, we both did the sensible thing. Joshua sighed deeply and handed me the box of tissue. I cried. Get that stress out of your system, girlie. I cried and cried. How do you feel? He asked. It hurts that I'll never see her again, you know? I sniffed. I wish you could see Clem now. I wish we could welcome the baby into this world together. Joshua looked at me for a long time. Take the diamond with you, he said, and do whatever you want with it. I looked at the packet and took it. Thank you for keeping it all these years. I hugged him, and thank you for listening. Damn, dude. Sad. The next day, I slept like a child. You want to watch me work? Asked Joshua suddenly. Wanted to know more about it once. There might be an article in it somewhere. I heard someone coming. No. The door opened and two tall, muscular men walked in. Hello? Joshua seemed to be happy to see them. Brothers B, I haven't seen you in a while. What do you have for me? Has the river been kind? Oh, she has, said the tall one. We have some real beauties, said the more muscular one. They would pay us a small fortune in Israel. Joshua shrugged. Why did you go to Israel then? It's only 5,000 kilometers. But there was a small change in the air between them. Joshua put a magnifying glass in and he saw it. You say this is it? Oh yes, it is pretty. The color's very nice. Joshua held it up to the light. What a shame there's a hairline fracture in the middle. But don't worry, it can be cut in two. It's just a shame those halves won't be regular. Anyway, I bet it'll fetch 1,000 euros. And this one? Which then lure. And this one has some debris inside. Joshua shook his head. And the shape is awkward. Look. It's big, but then you can't cut it properly. Too irregular. But then the color is clear, so maybe someone will cut half a carat from it. I don't know if it'll cover the cost of the cutter's work though. But I might still buy it from you. I need a paperweight. Brother snatched the stones and left. I must have looked surprised because Dominic started roaring with laughter. 3 minutes later, the brothers were back, and the show started all over again. Finally, Joshua put money on the table and the brothers agreed to sell the stones for half of what they'd originally asked. One of the brothers, Big B. Big bro? Stayed to talk to us. You want to see our mine? Yes. We did. Sure, why not? The jungle. We took a jeep up a winding dirt road and then walked along a narrow path through the jungle. I'm panting. I'm fatigued as fuck. Dominic and Joshua seemed to be completely unfazed by the humidity and the brisk walk. There were special tools on the river bank that allowed a pipe to be lowered into the water and then raised with sand to be sifted. Do you know how important we are? One of the brothers asked me. You personally? No, the Congo country. I looked at him. He was tall and proud. I said nothing, which only made him talk louder. We mine everything you need to run your world. We mine the metals that are in your computers, your phones, and your planes. And you fuck us over. It's not me. Oh, please. Have you descended me? You're no different from the other Wazungu. Just want to fuck us over. You don't want diamonds, but you want our stories. Did you know that King Leopold used to cut the hands of people who didn't bring him enough diamonds? Why are you blaming me for this? Fuck off. What a dick. I knew, but what could I say? I just stood there, speechless. Every night I dream about the bloodshed I've seen, said Big B. I wondered how old he was. Might have been 30, but he might have been 50 as well. There was something in his eyes. And I wake up and think about my kids and how to make it safe for them. But I don't know how. I just don't know. I was silent on the way back. I knew it all. I'd seen it all before. But every time it was as raw, as new, as powerful as the first time. Oh, the horror. The horror, I thought, gazing at the lush greenery of the Congo jungle around me. Goodbyes. Joshua asked us to stay for a few days, and we did. We could see he was lonely. Plus 6 days. Slept a lot. This better reset my fatigue. Oh, fuck you. Well, whatever. I don't think it matters all that much. Maybe it affects some of the answers, but that's it. I woke up one day and felt like it was my time to go. It was time to go, sorry. My backpack felt lighter. The sun was shining and the diamond ring was nestled safely in my pocket. I drove away without looking back. Next stop, the wilderness. Big boy! I had to wait to join a convoy to get through Virunga. I looked at the mountains. Pushed my hands deeper into my jacket pockets and looked at the mountains. Have you ever been here? Asked Dominic. Sure. Yes, I said. I was a researcher for an article about mountain gorillas. It was here that I fell in love with Africa again. I smiled to myself. I had my notebooks, a small tape recorder, and was surrounded day and night by park gardens. Sounds like fun-ish, maybe. I looked at the mountain tops again. I could almost feel the touch of the mist on my face. The smell of the wet soil. We were ready to go. As we made our way through the national park, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were so irrelevant. People, gorillas, even the mountains. Everything would disappear in the end, and it changed nothing. Nothing at all. I guess just across the border. At the foot of the volcano. Goma was then the end of our journey. It was a border town built at the foot of a volcano. I liked the view. It wasn't the largest or most important settlement in Africa, but the way it stretched out with the volcano standing proudly above it was very picturesque. When we arrived, there was a party in the town square with beers, singing and dancing. I looked at the girls, shaking their hips so effortlessly, and nodded. I remember the nights we danced till the morning. Oh, how my hips wish they could still move like that. Shake it, baby. Chapter 6. There's still more. We're gonna finish this no matter what, okay? Okay? Throw out your plastic. Hang on. So I gotta check from my... something on my... Okay. Kigali. What do? Third time's the charm, eh, Rathian? What's good, bro? How you doing? Hope you're doing well. I don't know who Ward 2 is. Hello. Hello, hello. Hey, we have more money. Why do we have more money? I don't know. I hope you're doing well. What you got going on? I'm just playing this reading simulator. What a stunning city. It was so clean and modern. There was no trash, no plastic bags, no mess of any kind. There were a lot of people sweeping the streets. My internet is back, yay! Woke up to no internet. Yeah, I know that. I saw that on your Discord. That sucks, dude. But at least you have it back now, right? Are you still gonna stream tonight or today? Sorry. Those should look like skyscrapers. With glass and steel skyscrapers. Wow. Probably not unlike. Oh, whoops. What happened here? Hello, where are you going? Exhausted from stressing over it? That's valid. I had one weekend that I was missing internet and it's like, ugh. Fuck. You know? Now it's up and I'm like drained. Get yourself some rest, my dude. I feel like that's needed right now. There was no sign of traffic and all the houses were neat, clean and bathed in greenery. This looks pretty cool. There are parks, a city farm and valleys full of flowers. The city was full of life, charm and elegance. Kigali, a long time ago. 94. Well, it is almost 20 years. 20 years ago, there were vultures everywhere. They gorged themselves on the corpses that opened up in the heat like poisonous flowers. Get to the airport. Ooh, an obstacle. You spy. I was heading to the airport when a patrol stopped me and asked for my papers. What is Interahamwe? At the time, Interahamwe's murderous gangs roamed the streets. Wow, that's a lot of bullet holes. Swinging their machetes, laughing at the sight of vultures eating rats and snakes. Those rats and snakes were their neighbors. Tutsi and murdered Hutus, who they slaughtered mercilessly over the course of 100 days. Was your spying successful? Asked their leader. A lot of answers ran through my mind. I'm nobody. Didn't say anything, I just looked at him. Good. Stretched out his hand. Handed him money. Started to count it. If it's not enough, we'll... Oh god. Rape you to make it equal, he said, matter of fact. Good fucking god. Watch his fingers, count the bills. There's no way out. Trigger warning. Potentially. Then I started to laugh. Mad, high-pitched laughter that shook every fiber of my being. I howled like a hyena. Tears streamed down my face. Shoved the money back into my hand and they ran away. Oh, I felt my fucking heart drop, dude. God damn. Present day. Then we pulled up outside a small strip mall near my destination. I bought a smaller backpack from one of the stores and we repacked our things. Once we were done, I turned to him to say my goodbyes. Bye, I said, and shook hands with him. Call me when you need a travel companion, said Dominic casually. The baby, I'll be grounded. It was an easy excuse. That was the last time I'd ever seen Dominic. What a mess. As I walked the quiet, unbusy streets of Kigali on my own, I had the strange feeling that thousands of people were swarming around me. Invisible. People from Rwanda believed that God created the world and then decreed it would be ruled by spirits and ghosts, good and evil. Ghosts were everywhere. Let's visit an old friend, Angie? Mariange? When I got to Mariange's house, I felt like I just ran a marathon. Everything seemed to be swaying, the air was heavy and my heart was fluttering. Almost wanted to turn around and run away. Why? Oh, back to 94? Long time ago. She sat in the doorway to her house, her face in her hands. Her children gathered around her like two stray kittens. Go away. Go away, she said when I stood in front of her. Her daughter, who might have been 3 or 4, started to cry. I reached out. She came to me. She was more or less Clementina's age. Mariange looked up. I don't know if it's Ange or Angie. Mariange. Stayed for 4 days. Stayed with her and the kids for another couple of days, maybe more. I didn't count. I cooked and took care of the children and she talked. Sometimes it was one sentence, sometimes it was 1,000. When she finished, I felt numb. I had to go. Leaving her felt like a betrayal. You have to, she said. Tell this story. Tell it so the world knows. It was the last war story I ever wrote. Back to tonight. And I was back. Mariange had written in her email that she was so glad I was coming. We had an odd relationship. She'd also written that she wanted me to meet her husband and children, and that unfortunately I'd miss her daughter who was living in Uganda now, but she sent her regards. I felt strange. Welcome home. The address she gave me was in surprisingly well-to-do neighborhood. Her house, surrounded on all sides, a lush garden, was beautiful. Pressed the bell. Thought about the wooden shed we'd spent day after day in together and pressed the bell. Mariange opened the door. She was a little plumper and her hair was grey, but apart from that, she'd hardly changed at all. The elegant black robe that she wore was covered in shimmering golden embroidery. Oh, beautiful. Oh, kitty! I just noticed, it's a kitty! The moment she saw me, her face lit up and she hugged me tightly. And I cried. Ah. I don't know how long it took. She brought me inside, set me at her kitchen table, handed me some tissues, and I cried. Stress goes away. Cried. And cried. And cried as though I could fill Lake Victoria with my tears. She held my hand the whole time, and slowly I found myself smiling. You look so bad that it made you cry, she asked mockingly. I chuckled weakly. Are you hungry? Do you want some coffee? I need the food as well as her care. Oh shit, 3 hours. We're not done with this yet. My husband will be back from his shift any minute, she said. And he'll go to sleep soon after that. And the kids won't bother us because they have school tomorrow. So we have plenty of time to ourselves. What does your husband do? I was curious. He's a doctor. One of those surgeons who think they can save the world. Her husband was tall, slender, and very handsome. He greeted me, we exchanged some pleasantries, and then he excused himself. I had to ask. Is he... blurted out as he was walking away. Is he a Tutsi? He couldn't have been, I thought. Not after everything that Mariange had been through. He is, he said, beaming. I think I have a type. Let's just go to memories. When I arrived there 20 years earlier, I thought there really was a hell. The stench. Rotting corpses would make us vomit. So one of the reporters from the US shared his tub of Vicks to make our lives easier. Nice. Some of the journalists went into a kind of a frenzy, running around without any purpose or sense. Someone told me to go to her. I didn't remember who it was, but they insisted. They said it was important. Listen to her story. Rats and snakes. She was 30 when I met her, and she was a Hutu. While studying to be a teacher in Kigali, she met a guy. Tall, slender, handsome, and a Tutsi. Tutsi. He wanted to be a diplomat. He wanted to make Rwanda a better place. They got married even though both families were against it. They joked that they were like Romeo and Juliet, only with a happy ending and a pair of beautiful children. Ah, that's cute. Things get bad and then even worse. The president's plane was shot down and the massacre began. Fuck. Marianne just went to her uncle and asked if she could borrow his shed to hide there with the kids. Her uncle would do anything if the women in the family told him to, she said, so of course he gave her the keys. They thought they were safe. They came one night in May. She told her husband and children to hide and went to open the door. Again, potential trigger warning. She knew some of them. They held machetes and clubs and reeked of sweat and cheap alcohol. Where's your snake? Asked their leader. She frowned. I don't know what you're talking about. No? You don't have a pet rat? We heard you do. A rat that should not walk on Rwandan soil. Big, ugly, disgusting pest. They pushed her aside. Damn, dude. They pushed her aside and stormed into the house. It wasn't long before they found where her husband was hiding. The leader turned to her and said, I really like your uncle, you know? I owe him a favor. We're going to shoot the rat. It will be quick and merciful. Then he will show us how grateful... Oh, fuck. I'll be traumatized after this. The genocide? They slaughtered almost 1 million of their neighbors in 100 days. That makes the fuckers more efficient than the Nazis, said my photographer friend halfway through our second bottle of whiskey at the hotel bar. Fuck them all to hell and back. Every time I see one, I want to ram my camera into his fucking face. Why don't you? Like my camera too much to waste in a human shit like that? Fuck this. Slumped back in his chair. I quit. And so did I. 6 months later, Marinja's story was the last piece I wrote. Like she mentioned. Damn, dude. Present day again. Marinja looked at me with her sweet brown eyes. You looked shocked when you saw my husband, she said, as though she was talking about the weather. I was confused. I mean, I didn't know what to say. We sat in the garden and drank something sweet and cold. Told her my story. Now it was my turn to tell her my story, which turned out to be easier than I had expected. Talking to Joshua must have lifted weight that I'd been carrying on my shoulders for far too long. She listened. I screwed up. Played it safe, and I screwed up. Smiled bitterly. I wanted a normal, boring life, and what did she do? At the first chance she got, Clem ran away to Africa. I'm sacred for her? I'm pretty sure this is meant to say scared. But now I'm curious. Yep, scared. Now she's pregnant. I'm so scared for her, I don't know what to do. How can you live here? Marianne shrugged. How can you live in Europe? She asked. How can you live in America? How can you live in Asia? How can you live at all when there's so much evil in the world? That's a valid point. I don't know what to say. I was lost for words. I just sat there and shook my head. She smiled. Quiet morning. In the morning a few days later, I woke up to the sound of birds singing in the garden. Let's go meet friends. I felt lightheaded. Riding on a bike through Africa had definitely taken its toll on me. I decided to take it easy and stay with Marianne for a few more days. Marianne asked whether I'd like to meet some of her friends in the afternoon. What are your friends like? Sounded like a good idea. I agreed, of course. We met in a modern shopping center and went for coffee. There were 3 of them, all Marianne's age, all well-dressed, intelligent and well-established in life. They certainly wanted to make an impression. We talked. Paul was Tutsi. You know, the history of Rwanda isn't so simple, said Paul. It's never been bad. Hutu, good Tutsi, he continued. And it's the Tutsis who write history here now. You're a Tutsi, aren't you? Pointed out. You have such different backgrounds, I ventured. How did you end up being as friends? Marianne shrugged. Isn't it human nature? Don't you have friends you don't agree politically with, but you love them anyway? About my marriage. Mumbled something about my marriage, but nobody was really paying any attention to me. I let them tell their stories on their own terms. Caroline took the lead. I know I'm scared. I know that's the reason I don't trust Hutus, but you know what? Caroline said exasperated. My whole family died. Maybe I'm simply a bad person who can't forgive and forget. Oh boy. Caroline, please, we've had this conversation before, Paul shook his head. That kind of thinking doesn't do anyone any good, especially not you. Oh, that's an eye roll worthy. Rolled my eyes start of their conversation. Oh, shut up, both of you. Marianne clapped her hands. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. So how did you meet? What do you have in common? I asked to break the silence. Kids. Said Paul. We all have kids from mixed marriages. Life is funny that way, isn't it? Smiled at Caroline. How do you manage? We're alright. She smiled back. I fell in love, I got married, I had kids. My husband and I have a strict rule about not talking politics at home. It's not worth it. Was it that simple? I smiled, wondering about the resilience of human nature. Despite the grinding wheels of history, people made do, got on with their lives and wrote their own stories. I'll smile. Do you want another coffee? That's true. Vengeance. We were alone. You know, the day you came, I decided to hang myself. Saint Marie, what? I was waiting for my family to come and take the kids. Wow, there's a lot of triggering shit in here. Potential triggering. What if I hadn't come? I shivered at the thought of how close it had been. Then you came and I thought, I don't want to die without telling my story. I'll tell my story and then I can die. And I told it. And then I met Gerard and I married him out of defiance. She looked at me. You can't let despair eat away at you, Adelia. Sometimes when I spiral and fall, I remember that I had my revenge. I had it. My children survived, and they thrive, and they are good people who help others. And the uncle who sold us out got what he deserved. Uncle, you little shit. Did he? I asked, mortified. Thank God, yes. Do you know how I met Gerard? Or Gerard? I think Gerard, actually. In hospital. He was my uncle's doctor. He was the one who treated him and got him back to good health. And now that old fucker has to live with the knowledge that not only does he owe his life to a Tutsi, but I'm happily married to him as well. And there are more children. We sat in silence for a while. Being happy is the best vengeance you can have, added Mary after a while. And oh, I am a vengeful one. Looked at her with respect. Kind of revenge, I understood. It truly is. I think so. Oh, that was odd. Off to Kenya. Chapter 7. God damn, this is a long one. I will complete the story. And then we'll use the rest of the 6 hours for amnesia. Look for Lola. Lola! I decided to follow Marianne's advice and just try to be happy. Sitting in the bus from the airport, I wondered idly what Lola would say about it all. She was waiting for me at the station. I recognized her instantly. She and her mother couldn't have been more different. Her mother always wore reserved dresses that cost a fortune, high heels, cherished her long black hair, and had a condescending little grin that never left her face. Lola was wearing a loose t-shirt and trousers. Her hair was cropped short and she had tattoos on her arms. She ran over and hugged me. I'm so happy to see you, Auntie. So Lola is Marie's daughter? I'm so happy to see you too, Lola. I hugged her back. Why are you here? I mean, I know Clem is pregnant and that's really awesome. Of course she knew. Lola and Clem met in elementary school in Portugal and had been best friends ever since. Her mom and I were quite the opposite. It was hatred at first sight, and I was pretty sure the source of it was the fact that Jose was, well, being Jose. Why am I here? I heard myself saying. I went to a friend's funeral in Ghana and then decided to take a trip down memory lane. I felt a sudden urge to tell her everything. Damn, dude. I visited Kigali for the first time since the 90s, I said, and discovered that the world has moved on. I went to see where diamonds come from, I said, and spent some time with a close friend of mine. Damn, dude, that's a lot of stuff. I drove a motorcycle through the jungle and ended up in jail, I said, shaking my head. I think I was trying to prove something to myself. Had a fever on a barge sailing up the Congo. It almost killed me. I attended an unusual fashion show in Brazzaville, I said, pretending I was a reporter again. Now I'm here. Took a deep breath. I'm here, ready for whatever life has in store for me. Clem told me to come here. Clem called me, I looked at Lola, said that she were doing something pretty cool in a Nairobi slum. So here I am. We are doing something cool, Lola smiled. Do you have an Instagram account? I sure did. How do I find you? I reached my phone. You're quite modern, Auntie, Lola laughed. Who do you follow? Funny animals, of course. There's this fox called Juniper. Oh, I think I actually know of it. Do I? It sounds familiar. Soon we were chatting and laughing like it was old times again. The world will keep turning. We headed towards something that looked like a bus stop. Lola took my backpack and put it on. Now, she said, I know you've been here before, but I guess some things might have changed. Like the fact that the buses don't stop now. What? You have to jump on and off, she continued. I'll take your backpack. I know you're fit, but if it's your first time in a bag like this might... I know you're fit, but it's your first time and a bag like this might throw you off balance. God damn. Jump on the bus. She grabbed my hand and dragged me after her. We took 4 long jumps and got on the platform. Nearly lost my hat in the process. Why don't they stop? I asked. It's too expensive. The drivers rent the buses, pay an hourly wage, and can't afford to stop. What the fuck? Come on, it's only like a minute. Honestly. Lola flashed me a smile. You know, I wouldn't be able to do it with my mom or Clem. They're both too sensible, but I knew you'd like it. Mom wouldn't come here? Not to mention your mom wouldn't come here in the first place, I pointed out. She made a face. I could have taken my bike, but Clem told me about your trip through the Congo and I thought you'd probably had enough of bikes for some time. Get ready, we're nearly there. Jumped off. Yeet. We dropped out of the bus like giant human bowling balls. I hope they at least slow down a little. Dust settled. A sprawling city emerged before me, its chaotic mishmash of crumbling wattle and dow walls. Dirty plastic and rusting corrugated iron spread out toward the horizon. A wonder of human ingenuity and adaptation. Plastic waste was everywhere. It clung to the slums' surface like bizarre multicolored lichen. After the pristine streets of Rwanda, it all came as quite a shock. It was becoming clearer and clearer why they'd introduced such a strict plastic policy there. Here, it was political. The waste of the first world slowly suffocating the third. Or maybe not so slowly. I saw 3 types of houses. Some made of wood and thick plastic sheeting, some made of corrugated iron, and very rarely some made of brick. Our cooperative has a brick first story, and the second story is made from corrugated sheeting, Paula said. We covered the windows in plastic. It took us a while to figure out how to stop them from leaking when it rained. Anyway, here we are. Here we go. Cooperative. The 2-story building seemed to tower over the rest of the slum. Its bright, clean colors radiated in the afternoon sun, especially the long mural of animals and faces that covered the walls of the first floor. Where are the paintings of? I asked. Us. Each of us painted a self-portrait. Can we see them in this photo? I don't think so. I looked closer. There were 12 paintings in total, and no sooner had I counted them all than 10 women came to greet us. I tried to remember their names. Rose, Clara, Dara, Chima, Fanaka, Zuena, Kaweria, Machupa, Kioni, Madeira. Madeira means beautiful necklace, said the last woman who introduced himself, and I could feel my head tingle. There was a story there somewhere. Oh boy. Again. Went to see the workshop. The workshop was huge. Posters on the wall. There were film posters and magazine photos on the walls. They had 3 sewing machines, some cutting boards, and a few drafting tables. The storage room is upstairs, said Lola. Upstairs? When I climbed the ladder to get there, I saw clothes folded neatly in stacks, transparent plastic bags full of colorful scraps. Hey, that rhymes. And boxes full of cans, screws, and beads. These are the materials we use, she said. One person's garbage? It's another person's treasure? I risked. She looked at me blankly. Yeah, kind of. Actually, it's more than that. My mother tried desperately to mold me into her... Ugh. She shrugged. Who cares, really? Anyway, there's this charity she supports, and they had an idea to send someone here to show they were doing their part to help Africa. Face struck. Lola saw my withering look. Yeah, exactly, she laughed. So I said, yeah, I'll go, but only if there's something for me to do. Like, really do and somehow make a difference. Is that the only reason? I asked. She smiled. You and Clem always talked about Africa. You were obsessed. I wanted to see what you both loved so much about the place. I was curious how she felt. My mother made me angry. So angry, you know? She said, exasperated. I don't know why, I can't explain it. But I felt like I was boiling inside. She took a deep breath. Actually, she said, I thought that if the West wanted to send all their shit to this continent, I could sell it back and they'd pay through the nose for it.
Welcome to the cum zone. Only cum inside anime girls. Quivering clit, double jointed pussy. Fresh
Cage again. Pray to the nose for it. But then I came back here and everything started to change. Who else did she know here? She'd reached out to Ben, who was teaching kids photography there. With his help, she'd contacted some women in the slums. overtime. I feel like I'm really close to finishing this Adelia story. So I'm trying to get this done and then go to Amnesia like normal. I think I'm also close to finishing Amnesia, but we'll see. So that gave her purpose. And together they created a sense of control and purpose for themselves, which is what all humans need. I listened to her deep in my own thoughts. Why not do it in Portugal? It's not like it wouldn't be... Oh, they're missing a question mark. It's not like it wouldn't be possible, I said after a while. I know, said Lola, but I came here and fell in love. I understood that bit. Oh, I can understand that. Kenya is such a stunning country. With Ben, auntie. With Ben. Oh. Fell in love with Ben. Oh. My bad. I picked up a colorful bag and looked at the tag. Made by Creativity Women in Nairobi, Kenya. I smiled. It was beautiful. I could see it on the boutique shelf anywhere in the world. On a boutique shelf anywhere in the world. Mandera sat at her sewing machine and put up 2 rice bags, one on top of the other. I don't want to talk to her. I looked around. The workshop was full of children as well. The women were working together and taking care of the kids at the same time. They talked, they laughed, they showed off the finished clothes with pride. I didn't even notice when they drew me into their circle. I made a necklace. Here, make a necklace. Rose shoved a can of beads into my hands. I'm not gonna learn, I'll just do something. Had a design in mind. It turned out to be harder than I'd expected. Rose wasn't impressed. The colors don't match, she said. You know what? Stick with one color and try to experiment with the shapes. Then I learned how to sew 2 bags together and how to make a coat out of cotton sweatshirts. Suena showed me a quilt she was making. Damn, I'm learning a lot of stuff. Sorry, Adelia is learning a lot of stuff. The colors were stunning. It's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen, I said. The colors were stunning. I know, said Suena proudly. Fine, get to know them better. So how did you all end up here? I asked after a while, adjusting the glasses on my nose. We wanted to be independent, said Suena, and everyone else nodded their heads. We earn money and we don't have to depend on our husbands. They're useless anyway. They leave or they beat you. I'm lucky mine left, but some of the girls aren't so fortunate. Felt cold, it's fucked up. Felt a chill run through me at the thought. It's true, they might beat you because they didn't like the food you made, or because they didn't like the way you talked to them, or because they didn't like the sex. Get to escape here for a little while. It's a relief, you know, said Rose. God damn. Just leave him, dude. I know it's not that simple. We gossiped. So how is it working with Lola? I asked in a lowered voice. Lola is Lola, you know, said Mandir. She wants to do stuff and she works and lives with us. She works really hard. Too hard sometimes. We tell her you don't have to hurry so much, take a break. Sit down. She started to get it though. I noticed. It's true. We're a good influence on her. Tell nodded. Try to talk her into having kids. Oh god. She's a good man, so why not have them? She wants to wait till she's old, like 30. I was 35. When my daughter was born, I said. I wasn't old. They didn't argue, just politely nodded their heads. That day I slept like a baby. I woke up dizzy and unsure where I was. The smells were unfamiliar. I could smell the dry aroma of wood, metal and fabric, and then I remembered. I'd slept upstairs in the workshop on a bed prepared by Lola under one of Zuena's stunning quilts. This one was made from pieces of fabric in various shades of blue and turquoise. Dots of yellow here and there. Very colorful. I don't think I would like how it looked. I got up. Made the bed I went downstairs. Goddamn yawning. I'm not even tired. After breakfast, chapati is prepared by Lola. I went to the toilet across the street. The workshop had paid a couple of months in advance for using it, and although I'd been hesitant at first, I was pleasantly surprised. It was probably the cleanest toilet I'd ever used. Ever? It was spotless. In the street outside as well. I couldn't see a single piece of trash anywhere. And then it struck me that among the little back alleys and overflowing gutters, every now and again we'd come across a corner of the slum that was meticulously cared for by the people who lived there. I walked back, mulling over about my European preconceptions and presumptions. They were hard to shake. Of course, I knew that cleanliness had nothing to do with money, rather with a sense of owning the place you lived in. But sometimes the stereotypes that crept into my mind were hard to shake. Lola was waiting for me in front of the workshop. Come on, I'll show you around. How does it all work? I asked, pointing to the spider's web of cables of overheads. That's how we get electricity here. You have to pay for it, of course. Of course. And then you have to pay for the land. The landlords come and collect money every month. She started counting on her fingers. Then you have to buy water. You'll see the pedals soon. Then you have to pay for the toilet and the shower. It's expensive. Oh shit. She nodded. When you think about it, it's fucking expensive to live here, especially when you don't have work or just do odd jobs here and there. Walked along in silence. It's so weird sometimes, Lola said. How much people can take? I asked. The landlords care about their monthly rents, the politicians care about their votes, the white saviors care about their selfies. Thinking about it too much can be really devastating. Some people do make it. I said, reaching for a platitude. I made it. I can do it. I can manage. But Lola stopped in the middle of the road and closed her eyes, looking for the right words. Not like we manage in the West, where it's all about me, me, me. No, I manage because we manage. I've never been able to do it on my own. Do you know what I mean? That was, of course, an excellent question. I sort of know. In the evening, we made a fire and ate fries with tomatoes and onions. The girls laughed and joked together, and I felt oddly at peace with where I was and with myself. How long are you going to stay? Asked Lola. For a while. Crocodile. For a while, I answered. Bum said I shouldn't kick you out after a week or two, said Lola. How does that sound? Oh, I should kick you out for a week. Spent days working. Plus 5 days. It turned out that the job best suited to my abilities was cutting. I wasn't the best at crafts. I couldn't sew, and my choice of beads for necklaces was disputable at best, so the community put me on the cutting board. Let's get rid of fatigue. I gossiped. I listened to them gossip about husbands, boyfriends, children, and in-laws. If they weren't talking, they would sing, and then there were the stories. Their tales were enchanting. They seemed to have an almost infinite stream of tales to tell. Stories sprung out of everything. The way a child smiled in the morning, the fact that the needle in the machine needed replacing, the cleaning of a house, the cooking of a meal. I was in awe. Awe. Their creativity, their courage, and their willpower were able to transform their reality. They were like ancient spinners, or medicine women, healing the world one tale at a time. And I felt a sudden rush of hope and of gratitude that I was here in Kenya, on the way to see my daughter and help with the birth of her child. I had time for myself. There were plenty of people around me, and yet I managed to find a little bit of solitude. Lost in my work, I let the chatter of their conversations fade into the background, and I was finally alone with my thoughts. You're crying, noticed Lola. I was confused. I was 16 yet I was still trying to make sense of the world. It's not an easy place, man. Oh, chapter 8? Okay, fine. I'm gonna put an end to this at 4 hours. I'll be pretty sure that we'll either be done or then it's just too long. Alright, chapter 8, Hitchhike. Actually, I'll check how many chapters this has. Wanderlust, travel, stories. Damn, that's way more than I expected. Delia? There's 5 stories? 300,000 words of absorbing destructive travel. Lost. How many chapters? I have no idea. Maybe I'll just finish this. That'll let me not play as much Amnesia, which I'm kinda happy about. Into the wild. I decided to finish my trip in the wilderness. I needed to go to a place where there would be long, picturesque sunsets and giraffes lumbering slowly through the long grass. And there wasn't a better place to do it than Kenya, home to some of the most spectacular national parks on the continent. After being surrounded by people, I wanted to get lost in a place where there were no humans at all. Clementina was not happy. And ended up eaten by a lion, said Clementina icily when I called to tell her why I'd be slightly delayed. Again. Are you angry with me? I asked. No, I'm generally angry right now, Mom, huffed Clem. I'm 8 months pregnant, it's hot in here, I sweat with every breath I take, and my breasts weigh a ton. Why didn't you tell me pregnancy was like this? Forgot. You didn't ask. I forgot, I admitted. Don't worry, you'll forget too. Trust me, our brains just wipe it all away. We'd never want to have another one otherwise. Well, yours obviously didn't, she observed coldly. I'm an only child. I'll be okay. Clem, I promise I won't be eaten by a lion or kicked by a giraffe or killed by poachers, okay? Aside, I'm going to be going to the Serengeti to have my Karen Blixen moment. I saw a mention before. Who is Karen Blixen? I don't know. I've never been there and I've always wanted to go. I'll hitch a ride for this one last trip and then I'll be straight on a plane to you, okay? Waiting for her to answer. I could hear her sulking on the other end. Okay, she reluctantly said. And if you're hitchhiking, don't forget to take a towel. I got the reference? I won't panic. I smiled, recognizing the reference to one of my favorite authors. Huh? And Mom, she said, bring something nice for the baby. I stood there and for the very first time I realized this was what the future had in store for me. A child that would grow up here in Africa. A child that would turn my world upside down. Oh, Hitchhiker's Guide to Kenya? Is that from the Hitchhiker's Guide to Galaxy? That owl thingy? I took a towel, of course, and promised not to panic. A bus from Nairobi took me to Ololunga and I decided to hitch a ride from there. Wasn't I too old? I thought. Well, maybe being a grandmother would have its perks. Maybe people would feel sorry for a lonely old lady and pick her up. The backpack weighed a ton. I'd set off with nothing but the bare necessities and ended up accumulating clutter along the way. Lifting my sign and weight. I wrote Masai Mara on a piece of cardboard and waited. Less than half an hour later, a white van full of German tourists stopped to pick me up. Squeezed into the van. After 15 minutes, I started feeling uneasy. I was surrounded by a group of pale, chubby, sweaty people speaking very loudly in German, and I didn't understand a single word of it. They were dressed like a tourist. They behaved like tourists. Felt odd. I didn't want to spend my time in a van full of white people, I realized suddenly. I wanted out. Now! To my great relief, they left me in the middle of savannah. Lifted my sign and waited some more. Decided to hitch a ride to the border of the park, where I could find a guide, but after my initial success, my luck seemed to dwindle. The only cars that stopped were going back to Nairobi. Was getting out a mistake? I started to wonder whether I should have stayed in the van. Maybe that was my only chance. Now I really would die, eaten by a lion. Was thrilled? I was thrilled. Yeah. Actually, this might be pretty fun, I decided. Not being eaten, of course, but spending the night under the stars. I had everything I needed. My tent, enough water in my hydration pack, and some food. I heard a car approaching. Hopefully they're friends. And then a green jeep with a Masai Mara National Reserve sticker on its door stopped close to me. I went to talk to the driver. The driver was very tall and wore a beautiful necklace and cropped trousers. What are you doing here? He asked. Pointed at my sign. Trying to get a ride to the Masai Mara. Yes, but why? He asked. Are you lost? Have you lost your group? No, I'm alone. Traveling alone. I want to get to the park border to camp there. Okay, he said. Get in. I'm La Dama. Dilly. Nice to meet you. I'm going to my village on the other side of the park. Reached over and opened the front passenger door. You can camp there. There are elephants everywhere. Sometimes when I sit outside the village I can see whole families roaming in the distance. You'll like it there. Ooh. Big boys. Got in the car. Got in the car. Talk to the driver. Catch a Rapidash. So do you work for the park? I asked. No, he said. I'm independent. My brothers and I have a business going. The very first Maasai firm to organize safaris. We work for ourselves and the whole village participates in it. You know, tourists come to see the Big Five. What are they? Oh, the Big Five, I asked. I heard the name before, but I don't know what it means. He glanced at me quizzically. The big animals of the savannah. The lion, the leopard, the rhino, the elephant, the Cape buffalo. And people also come to our village to see the Maasai jumps. Jumps? Trying to keep his eyes on the road, he reached for his phone. My wife runs our social media. She's very good at advertising us online. Do you have Facebook? Do you all have Facebooks on your phone? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I fastened my seatbelt. You should like our page. You can't have a business without the internet now, and it helps us so much to spread the word. My wife jokes out that we are Maasai 2.0, the digital tribe now. I zoned out, dude. I nodded and smiled, but I stopped listening. I was looking at the ocean of grass shimmering in the wind. The sun was slowly setting. You have to cross the park to get to the village, so you'll have a sunset safari. People usually pay extra for this, he said. But then they book online and wouldn't survive 5 minutes outside a car, let alone hitchhiking a ride in the middle of the savannah. Is this your first time in Africa? I used to live here. No, I said. I had a home in Africa many years ago. My daughter was born here and now she lives in Mozambique. Oh, was your husband from here? She asked. Shook my head. Said nothing more. They don't need to know everything. Ah, that's cute. It was an incredible experience riding through a national park with someone who treated it like his backyard. It was his backyard. Actually, I said to myself it was his backyard. It just happened to also be a national park. Convenient. I looked around in amazement. But then I ignored most of the things that made me gasp in wonder. I felt like a child who was being taken on a great adventure. But then I realized it was my great adventure. It could be my only time there, I realized. I didn't know what the future would bring, so I decided to enjoy every second of it. Makes sense. Animals were everywhere. They jumped in front of the car, ran past the doors and crossed the road behind us. Huge elephants strode along the plains in the distance. Antelope that were hardly bigger than cats. Antelopes that were hardly bigger than cats ran through the grass. I was like a flamingo craning my neck, trying to look in every direction at once. I pointed out the elephants. Loved the elephants, I said. They lived so long and remembered so much. I wish that I could carry my memories with such composure and grace. Ladama grinned. Be careful with them, Ladama grinned. When they get angry, they charge blindly ahead, trampling everything in their path. I felt like an elephant. Charging blindly ahead. Since it was funeral, I'd been charging blindly ahead, not caring who or what I trampled in my path. One day I thought it would be the death of me. Then it hit me. Our love had happened 30 years before and I'd already died and been reborn when I left Africa. Maybe this time the farewell was simply more final. I don't know, man. Oh, look at all the zebra. Stripy horses. Look, giraffes, Ladama pointed. They moved gracefully across the plains of grass, swaying gently and balancing their heads on the lawn. No, sir, these are zebras. Zebras, not giraffes. Did you know that their hearts are very fragile? Said Ladama, and that they are very skittish. Sometimes when a giraffe gets scared, it runs away and then falls on the ground and dies of a heart attack. Damn, dude. I did not know that. Funny, I thought. Sometimes it's not the danger that kills you, but the fear. Damn, I guess you're right. There are zebras too. The herd of black and white equines trotted along in the distance. Why are they striped? Oh, do you know why they're striped? I asked. Oh, yeah. I asked Ladama. I'd always wanted to know, but I never had anyone I could ask. They weren't alone. Ladama pointed to a lion hiding in the grass. Such a big boy. It's mimicry. The big cats see the world in monochrome, so when the zebras stand in the tall grass, it's really hard to see them, he said. The cats have to focus and wait for the zebras to move. Well, that's probably not why they're striped. They just happen to evolve that way. For that reason, perhaps. Sunset. The sun was setting and I almost felt as though I were in the middle of a mighty ocean, civilization far behind me. Humanity awoke here. This must have been how the first humans felt, I realized. Here in this very place where everything started. They were just another animal, connected to the life around them. The village across the river was surrounded by an impenetrable acacia thicket. We parked by said thicket. It's to keep predators away, said Ladama as we parked. As we parked. They sometimes come here, curious about our cattle, so we keep the cattle inside and the cows live with us in the huts. I followed him. Come on, you can meet everyone, he said, and I followed. When the villagers saw a white woman climbing out of the jeep, I heard them laugh and start to gossip cheerfully. Hello! I am the white woman. I waved to them. Ladama turned to me with a grin. They think you got Maasai fever and wanted to know what I will tell my wife? Maasai fever? I didn't get the joke. Yes, some white women fall madly in love with Maasai men. I must have looked horrified because Ladama snorted with laughter and introduced me in English. It took nearly an hour, but I eventually met every member of the community. Lol. I kind of like those blankets that they have. They're not blankets necessarily. When I finished, I looked around. Where can I camp? You don't have to camp anywhere. You can stay with us. Thought about it for a minute. I longed for solitude. On the one hand, I longed for some peace and solitude after the week in creativity, although I was starting to find comfort and tranquility in the company of people again. Felt more natural. Cheerful. Felt more and more natural every day. I came and went as I wanted, a part of something bigger than humanity, like I used to feel when I lived there all those years before. Ladama took me to his hut and introduced me to his wife, Naikusa. I was stricken by her beauty. Do we get to see her? Nope. She was very tall and strikingly beautiful, with long, graceful limbs like a gazelle. For the first time in my life, I felt like a stereotypical Portuguese woman. Small and stocky with broad hips and short legs. Venus? I looked like the Venus of Willendorf, whispered something in my head. She was wonder sculpted in ebony. Naikusa will take care of you, said Ladama. I'm going to Nairobi tomorrow to pick up some tourists. We're very busy at the moment. Listen to their banter. Naikusa nodded. She doesn't like to talk much, said Ladama. That's why I took her as my wife. Oh, give me a break, snorted Naikusa. It's not even funny anymore. Try not to laugh. Ladama's smile got broader. Now this is the real reason, he said. Spicy waifu. The hut was circular and made of sticks covered in mud, grass and manure. Still reading, huh? Yes! Because I feel like I'm close to the end of this story. And this way I don't have to play as much amnesia. The hut was circular and made of sticks covered in mud, grass and manure. This one was divided down the middle and tall enough for me to stand up straight in. One part was for humans. There were 3 little windows, a fireplace in the center of one room, and beds covered in cowskins. I guess sit by the fire. We believe that the Maasai were created to herd cattle, and all the cattle of the world belong to us. Adama told me when we sat down to eat by the bonfire. Damn, dude. I was surrounded by men. But prepared a goat for me. We used to steal cows from everybody else. Everybody else said one of Ladama's brothers. We didn't steal, corrected the other. We took what belonged to us. That sounds like stealing. Sat there listening to their stories. Watched the firelight play and flicker on their faces as they spoke, highlighting their cheekbones. I ate. Like a fucking bouse. I ate the goat dish and enjoyed every moment of the late night experience. Then I went to the hut and fell flat on the bed. It smelled and felt like a cow. Warm, welcoming, nurturing and protective. Slowly I fell asleep. So this is why the cow is the mother of all humans. I thought before I fell asleep. What? I dreamed of Adwoa. Again, feck. She sat across the fire from me, cross-legged, and wore a crown made of long horns, like the Egyptian goddess Hathor. I reached for her. She smiled at me and then stood up and walked away into the night. Follow the lights! Or don't. The morning. Naikusa was the first person I saw after I woke up. She was sitting cross-legged with her phone, typing something. Help her with the chores. While she was updating the company's Facebook page, I cleaned around the hut. I post first thing in the morning and then I don't have to think about it. Are you coming? Milking cows was a quick job. I was glad to help. She showed me the technique and soon I was rhythmically squeezing the udders. Milk was everywhere, Naikusa was laughing and the cow looked quite content. After breakfast, Naikusa told me to find a spear and go for a walk. Spear? I like spears. I said, thinking that I'd miss her. If you want to go for a walk, take a spear with you just in case, she repeated patiently. And don't go too far. There's a tree right outside the village, you can go there. But remember, these are wild animals, not tourist attractions. Soon I found the tree. I sat under the acacia tree near the river and looked at the horizon. Animals roamed in the distance so far away that I couldn't really tell what they were. I recognized the giraffes and I thought I saw some elephants, but that wasn't really important. I just sat there and breathed. Growth. I could feel the tree. I could feel my back against the tree trunk. I could feel my ribs moving. The weight of my hands on my knees. Closed my eyes. Took a plentiful nap. Sometime later, Naikusa came and brought me some tea. We come here often, Ladama and I, she said. Everyone thinks we're weird. Can I stay here? I asked. Here, under the tree? She looked at me, unsure. I shrugged, unsure how much I wanted to tell her. She looked me in the eyes and I wondered what she saw. You can, she said after a while. You're tired. You can stay here and rest. You've come a long way. That night, I dreamed again. Damn, I wish I had dreams every night. That night I dreamed that I was following footprints in the sand, until the moon set and I lost track of them in the dark. The days passed slowly, plus 6 days. July. The village embraced me. Did they? During the day I would help Naikusa in the kitchen or with the books. When the tourists were supposed to come, we would go to the campsite near the village and prepare the tents and food for them. Every day started the same way. In the morning we had our porridge together, and then I would go and take care of the children. It all came very naturally. I didn't think about it too much. I'd spend time with the women and the children, teach them some English, mostly by telling them stories, and then listen to the stories they told me without grasping a word. It all came back to me. That peace, the rhythm I'd known and then forgotten, came back to me like a reflex. I realized that everything I knew about how to be close to other people, I'd learned here in Africa. Times of danger and scarcity. I learned a lot about what life and death were like in the Maasai village. Life. Bye-bye, fatigue. The village seemed to be so ancient and so timeless in its ways. Every person had their place. It rhymes. There were the elders, the most respected people in their society, and there were children who would one day be warriors and mothers. Every moment had its rites. There were rites of passage for the boys to become warriors. Scarification? And then there were other scars for women. It's bound to come up. The boys think it's painful. They should try giving birth through all the scars we have between our legs. Oh god. That's fucked. Said Naikusa when one of the boys complained about his swollen scars. I remember the first time I learned about female circumcision. I was violently sick under the table. Even now I felt my stomach heave slightly. Yeah, that's uncool, bro. And here? In this village? I asked anyway. No, not so often, she said. Well, there are ceremonies, but we use words instead of knives. But I went through it and my sisters went through it. One of them almost died afterwards because of an infection. Fuck, dude. Here, hold the baby, I have to answer this email. Here, hold this. It turned out Ladama was an oddball. He only had one wife and 3 kids. Seems strange to me. My one husband and 1 child were sometimes more than I could manage. Ladama shared his life between the village and the city, where his company had its office. He hired people, and as Naikusa said, that was enough. Those workers are like children sometimes, you know, she said, and I nodded my head. I could relate to that. I remember the time when Jose and I ran the restaurant together. We profited a lot from tourists as well, selling them the experience of authentic Portuguese cuisine. There were days when managing the team was like herding cats. This wasn't much different. The village profited from Ladama and Naigos' business as well. Maybe that was their way of entering the 21st century, I thought. I thought about it during my time in the village, musing about colonialism, independence and identity. And then I thought about the women here. About grandmothers here. I was happy I didn't have to be a grandmother in a Maasai village. The old women worked hard, carried wood, built houses and started new villages. I started planning the rest of my trip. Chapter 9, I assume. Oh, where are we going? Oh! Okay, this has to be the last chapter, surely. Wait for Clem, yes, let's go. Meetings. Meetings and greetings. I stood in the bus station in downtown Maputo and waited for Clementina and her husband. I hadn't seen her in so long. My first thought when I saw my daughter climbing out of the black car was that she was huge. She was heavily pregnant and by the look of her belly the child would arrive any second. Mom, she waved. Her red hair was pulled back and she had even more freckles than I remembered. She looked like some kind of a fertility goddess. I hugged her. Huggies! Hugged her fiercely. Oh, I missed you, querida, I said. Querida? Querido. Little something. How do you feel? Looked at her belly. Like a whale, she laughed. My midwife says it'll be soon. I've been having contractions and my bowel movement increased, so we can expect the delivery anytime now. I looked at her, concerned. Just keep your fingers crossed my water doesn't break in the car. Clem must have noticed my concern. Lorena would kill me if I ruined the upholstery. Clem, for fuck's sake. Lorena rolled his eyes. Hello, Adelia. Nice to see you. How was your trip? Which part of it? Been a long boy. I was hugging him. My son-in-law laughed. He was very tall. Clem, who was taller than me, could fit easily under his armpit. I had to strain my neck just to look him in the eye. They looked great together. In the car. It was a slow ride in a heavy traffic. Let's minimize fatigue. I looked at the city. Around us, there was an odd mixture of old colonial buildings, new skyscrapers, and concrete socialist realism architecture. Which ones are the colonialists? I don't know. I opened the window and took a long, deep breath. It smelled of exhaust fumes, humidity, salt, and sweetness. I saw Lorena grin in the mirror. Clementina turned around in her seat and smiled broadly. So tell me, she said, how does it feel to be back home after all those years abroad? I was back home. My Mozambique. I was born in Mozambique in 1955. Oh, she was born here? My father was a military man and my mother was a housewife. The first 10 years of my life were spent in a house in Maputo, but when my father died suddenly after getting a fever, my mother returned to Portugal to live with her family. Over time, the memories of my African childhood all merged into one. An idyllic, sunny afternoon when I could smell the warm breeze and the sweet aroma of the sea air. My mother remarried. Then the Salazar regime fell and Mozambique gained independence. I didn't want to go back. Not only was there a civil war ranging from 75 to 92, that's my year, I didn't want to go back to a country that I knew wouldn't resemble my childhood memories. But I kept going back to Africa. Because I always felt more at peace there than in Portugal. Maybe it was the lights, maybe the aromas, or maybe, just maybe, it was being surrounded by people who were so decisively not white that made me feel at home. Funny, I thought. I never realized that. Strange, I said. Surreal. Be a grandmother. Time for mothering the grands. The girl was healthy. 2 weeks after Ziluva was born, the household erupted into drama. Ziluva? Huh. What a interesting name. I'm not taking her to a witch doctor, yelled Clementina. What do you mean you aren't? Lauren said, clearly surprised. You haven't got a problem taking her to church, but you refuse to take her to a witch doctor? I snorted and pretended that I'd sneezed. I was sitting cross-legged on the carpet with my back against the wall and my grandmother and my ducks. Auntie! Dix. What's up, dude? How you doing? And my granddaughter in my arms, thoroughly enjoying myself. Ziluva was absolutely perfect. Welcome in, buddy. She looked like a little copy of her dad. Same nose, the same eyes, the same face. Looked at me. Tired, holding a dollar bill. Why? Why do you do this? See, your mother agrees with me. We should go to a witch doctor. Lauren crossed his arms and stared down at his angry wife. They've all registered with Ahmed Tramo. They have licenses, they know what they're doing. Because I can't. Well, you keep at it then, in that case. Ahmed Tramo? What is this? I asked. The Association for Traditional Medics of Mozambique. Association Traditional Medics of Mozambique. Cool. Come on, Clem. Every child sees a witch doctor. I mean, he's probably right. He's right, I said. Ziluva made a sound in her sleep and I felt my heart melt. Well, I hope you're having a good day either way. And I meant to say that to you. I did, and your uncle and your aunt as well, I explained. Your grandpa brought a witch doctor to our house and your grandma almost had a heart attack. She was just like you now, actually. Well, I didn't. I was fuming. I was baptized, and I'm doing perfectly fine, thank you. You were baptized. I agreed. I decided to leave the rest unsaid. Finally, we reached a decision. A witch doctor, then a church. Do them both. Traditional medics of Mozambique. It took us 3 hours to get there, even though Lorena said it would only take 2. Ben was very bristly and Ziluva was starting to fret. Relax. Oh, relax, you old woman, I said mockingly to myself. Babies are extremely resilient. You'll be fine. I don't think they are, personally, but sure. The one who came to greet us was old. Around my age, perhaps? She could have been my age or maybe even older. Her face was stern, and she had dark, wise eyes. I've been expecting you, she said. We went in. Her hut was small and full of the objects needed to perform the rites. Dolls, feathers, herbs. Small animal statues. She used to work in the Bank of Mozambique, and then she'd be possessed by the spirit of her ancestor and started to heal people instead. Alrighty then. We handed her Ziluva. She danced with her, made gestures, used old ashes from the fire, and then cut her finger and smeared blood on my granddaughter's forehead. I winced. She saw me wince and explained. Now she is connected with her ancestors, who will protect her and support her. She handed the child back to Clem and gestured to me. No thanks. Took a step back and shook my head. She didn't insist. When you're ready, she said. The smoke made my eyes sting. I blinked and felt a tear running down my cheek. From the darkness, a woman with horns on her head was watching me. Are you hallucinating? Mom? Clementina shook my arm. Mom, are you alright? She will be, said the witch doctor. Give her time. We ain't got time. Hallelujah. The church where Zeluva was baptized was bright and spacious. I never liked churches. Fuck the church. Sat in the back row in the corner. I never really liked churches, but in the middle of the ceremony I realized that I was thoroughly enjoying myself as well. Maybe it was the energy of the songs, the dancing, the music. Maybe it was the colors. Maybe it was the smiles. Maybe the joy was contagious. Exhilaration that seemed to fill everyone there. Maybe it was the singing. I didn't know. I leaned toward Clem and whispered, maybe it was the fact that my granddaughter seemed to have been accepted into the community. Where else in the world could you actually find a village to raise a child in, if not here? Anywhere else, literally? Do you need a village to raise a child? I thought and smiled. No. I was so happy my granddaughter would be raised here. Well, good on you, buddy. During the past. My father was buried in Languin Cemetery. I'd only been there once, at the funeral. I didn't remember much and I'd understood even less back then. Good to see him. I stood there with my hands in my pockets, looking at the sea of gravestones. Forgotten, forlorn, covered in tall grass and small bushes growing on them. But he was there, somewhere among the ruins. This is why I didn't want you to come here, said Clementina. He had Zeluva strapped across her chest in a shawl. The baby was sleeping peacefully, with half of her face pressed against her mom's chest. I tried to find his grave, but I couldn't. So sorry, Mom, I really am. It's okay, man. It's okay. It's okay, I said. He left us a long time ago. Toy giraffe! Things that were buried. Right. I need to tell you something, said Clementina when we got back. Her voice was different suddenly, strained. Anything, my love. Conviction, sure that whatever it was, we would manage. She looked very focused, her eyes gazing toward the horizon and eyebrows almost meeting over her nose. I know, she said. Went to see Edouard before she died. How did you know? How did you even know about her? Remember the time you and Dad had the major crisis and I thought you were going to get divorced? She continued. Lola and I raided your offices to see if we could find proof that Dad was having an affair with Lola's mom. Wow. Thought that if we could destroy them, you wouldn't have to go to court. Lol. And did you find any? I asked. I wasn't able to find any proof when I'd looked, and now I wondered why. Oh, it doesn't matter. But I did find the letters from Edouard to you. When I came here, I wrote to her and she wrote back. She paused. And I went to see her last December. I let her talk. She took a deep breath. I did the test when I was there because I was late and I thought something was different. Test? Did you tell her that you were pregnant? Yes. Why didn't you tell me she was ill? I asked. I was crying. Because... She sniffed. Because she didn't want me to tell you. She said that you didn't love her. Oh god. That's so long ago you wouldn't remember her. She was so happy to see me. So happy and... It's okay. I hugged my daughter and held her until she calmed down. Cry too! Bonds. And then, sitting in the middle of my granddaughter's living room, I finally started to cry. Granddaughter's living room? My daughter held me in her arms and rocked me gently, and when I finished, she handed me a diaper to blow my nose with. I sniffed it. Luckily not a used one. Okay, good. Good. It's been 4 hours already. Going home. Mom, Coming to ask one day, what are your plans? That was a good question. It was time to go home, but where was home? I had to figure it out. Back home. I went back to Portugal thinking that I'd closed my African chapter for good. I was wrong. After 3 months I couldn't stand being in Lisbon anymore. Everything was wrong. The smells, the colors, the people. Jose and I fought every day. Just fucking divorce, dude. Good lord. Called Clem. 90 days. After another 3 months, I called Clem. Hi, querida. I said breezily. Think you'll have to bravely face the fact that your parents are going to get a divorce. There was silence on the other end. Have you tried counseling? She asked. Didn't work. Yes, didn't work. I mean, your father stormed out after 3 sessions and I stayed. Are you going to come here? She asked. Not now. Soon, TM. I don't think so. Actually, I want to go through with the counseling. What? But it did... Huh? But it didn't work. I don't think so. Actually, I want to go through with the counseling. I wonder what to say. She suggested that I should start to write again. My fingers itched. I could feel stories growing inside me, waiting to be born. The end! Finally! This is the end of this story. There are more. I do want to do them eventually. Adelia went back to Portugal to get her life in order. She wears a ring on a chain around her neck. That was a divorce. Her heart still hurts. Written by Karolina Sulej and Joanna Wolinska. Polish! Inspired by interviews with Monica Masai, who hitchhiked around Africa, Ewa Sagawa, who lived in Ghana, many books and articles. Music by Tomek Kujma. For a complete list of references, see the credits. I like it. There's a lot of reading, because it's just that. But you do get to make choices. Oh, does this just take... Stories to remember. For a moment there was complete silence, but the sudden boom of drums brought them all thudding back to reality. The show was almost over, the stones had been removed, and clouds of automatic steam filled the evening air. Alright, I'll do this still. Because this is clearly part of the thing. How's the kid? Henriette asked. Have you seen your granddaughter since then? Henriette asked. As a matter of fact, I have, Adelia said. I'll tell you about it later. The group fell silent again, contemplating the story they just heard. But before long, someone shared their thoughts. Martine asked a question. One could see that Adelia seemed a little put off by Martine's enthusiasm. Maybe she was scared for the younger woman. Martine, on the other hand, seemed oblivious to all this, clearly fascinated by this unusual older lady. Connected for the first time. You had all those reunions with old friends, Martine said. I still haven't experienced anything like that. I'm curious what was it like. Reflected on the world. We appreciated how diverse the world and people are, Delia said. The longer you live, the more complex and more interesting it gets. It's nice to have someone to appreciate it with. It really is. Martine sighed. With jealousy. It sounds amazing. Such friendships are amazing, the older woman said, and awful to lose. The food was served and they ate. Then the kai started. The music picked up and a woman in the traditional ancestral costume entered the stage. She was telling a story, narrating with her hands. Long thread danced between her fingers, each movement creating a new figure that signified an event preserved by tradition. Adelia smiled. Mnemonic techniques are fascinating, Adelia smiled. If I knew how to do that, I wouldn't have to carry all these notebooks around with me. Wonder if I could learn how to do it. Adelia sighed. All this talk makes me think about Zilua. I can't imagine the world she'll be growing up in. Sometimes I feel as if everything I know is slipping through my fingers. They watched in silence. They left the show thoughtful and subdued. Perhaps it was the food, perhaps their emotions. Well, that's it. That's that story. Huh. Very interesting. Oh, I don't get to choose Tomek's story? Oh, I do actually. I mean, I'm not gonna do it now. This is the end. Wanderlust by you? Yeah, me, yeah. Well, you know what this means. That's done. I like it. I know it's a lot of reading. That's probably boring for most people. But, you know, I enjoy it, personally. I'll be getting back to that eventually. Thank you all so much for watching. If you want to check out my socials, they're down below in the description. If you want to subscribe, that'll help me a lot. Or maybe you want to watch something else. Here's a couple of choices. Thanks again, and I hope to see you next time. Bye bye. Bye 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 bye.